Chairman of Ways and Means and the Allston-Brighton District City Councilor. Today is Monday, May 1st. We are here with the Boston Public School Department and Superintendent Chang and his team regarding extended learning time for BPS as they pertain to dockets 0536 through 0538. Orders for the fiscal year 18 operating budget, including annual appropriations for departmental operations, annual appropriation for the school department, and appropriation for other post-employment benefits, and dockets 0539 through 0543, capital budget appropriations, including loan orders and lease and purchase agreements. I am joined in order of their arrival by District 5 City Councilor Tim McCarthy to my left, the Vice Chair of Education, at-large City Councilor Anissa Sabi George, District 4 Councilor Andrea Campbell, as well as City Councilor at large who just stepped out, Ayanna Presley, and District 8 City Councilor Josh Zakem. I'd like to remind folks that this hearing is being recorded as well as broadcast both on RCN Channel 82 and Comcast Channel 8. I'd ask all in the chamber to silence their electronic devices. At the conclusion of the presentation by BPS and question and answer period from my colleagues, we will have public testimony. There are sign-in sheets to my left by the door. We ask that you sign in, state your name, residence, and any affiliation you may have. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Chang and his team. Thanks for being here today.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, councilors. Last week, I made some opening comments that I do want to reiterate again this morning. Excited to say that this is BPS's largest budget by far in its history. It provides the most money to our schools. When we look at direct school expenses and school services budgeted centrally, it is nearly $1 billion, which is an increase of over $30 million from previous years. With these dollars, we will be able to extend our learning time for our young people and provide more time for professional development for teachers. This historic investment in ELT, which is about $14 million in additional funds this year, will give 15,000 students from kindergarten and 8th grade 120 additional hours. Which is equivalent to about 20 instructional days. And with this expansion for the 17-18 school year, BPS will have implemented extended learning time to 57 schools, serving over 23,000 students in just a short 3 years. This budget also is the right thing. We're making the right investments for our right kids. Our four-year graduation rates have climbed to a historic 72.4%. And for the first time ever, we now have 46 schools designated levels 1 and level 2. This budget is about equity. It's about creating a sustainable financial plan that aligns to our core values of equity, coherence, and innovation, and ensures that every single student will have the opportunity to succeed. Today, we'll talk about 3 topics: extended learning time, which we will start with. We'll also talk about school budgets, and then we will then move on to human capital and our Office of Equity this afternoon. This morning, Ms. Jan Manfredi, who is our Director of Expanded Learning Time, will get us kicked off with her presentation. And then later on this morning, we will be talking about school budgets, and we are joined by our instructional superintendents. There are 8 of them who are in the audience today as well for our conversation around school budgets. So looking forward to today's conversation. Thank you so much. I'm going to turn it over to Jan Manfredi.
Thank you, Superintendent.
Thank you, Dr. Chang. Thank you, Chairman and council members. It's a pleasure to be here this morning. And
I'm sorry, let me just introduce the Chairman of Education has arrived as well to my right, Councilor Tito Jackson. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Chang. My name is Jan Manfredi. I am the director of a a fairly new department on expanded learning time. Under Dr. Chang's leadership, we have pulled together our programming that exists beyond the academic day and combined it into the Office of Expanded Learning. I have a team of 6 individuals who work with programmatic delivery to our schools, K through 12. On your screen, and I apologize, it's a little far for me to see over there, so I'm reading it off my
We are
laptop.
too.
We have 5 divisions within expanded learning time. The summer and vacation academies, which we've reconfigured this year, and our program manager will be speaking about that. 21st Century and Mass Expanded Learning Time, which are state and federal grant funds that come down to the district to provide out-of-school time funds to our middle schools. Schedule A, ELT, which all of you are familiar with, I think, and that has been, we're in our 3rd year of cohort implementation. This will be a full 59 schools by the, beginning in September, that will have implemented expanded learning time. We have an online and blended learning delivery system within our programs. We serve seniors who are trying to graduate through a Twilight program, and then we also have online and blended learning that goes on in the high school and middle school. We are also fortunate to have a research grant from in partnership with the American Institute on Research, and we'll have some discussion about that a little later, which is looking at the impact of expanded learning time on student performance. So I'm going to turn it over to Ariana Wilson, who's our program manager for summer and vacation academies, and she'll go through the budget for that. Thank you.
Thanks, Jen. Do I have to turn this on, or does it?
Just
You're good.
thank you.
Thanks, Jan. My name is Ariana Wilson. I oversee our summer learning and vacation academies. Good morning, counselors. Thank you for being here. Thank you for allowing us to be here. So our programming is broken up, as you can see, into 2 sections. Our vacation academies, which we call acceleration academies, are offered to lower performing schools during February and April vacations. Over the past few years, we've had an application process, as we have so many schools that are in need and are desiring of these academies. We offer 4-day academies to, this year, 26 schools during February that are 6-hour days with both academics and enrichment. This April, we were fortunate enough to have support from our turnaround office, who also offered this programming to 6 level 4 schools in the district. Next year, we do have a little bit less funding that's allocated, although we hope that the turnaround office will be able to support those sites as well. So as opposed to this year, when we're able to fund 26, next year we're projected to fund about 20 sites. For our summer learning programming, this year we issued a request for submission to both schools and community-based organizations across the city. The idea around doing this was based on our research that we've been a part of that's commissioned by the Wallace Foundation. The BPS was participated in a national study on summer learning that recently came out with results that students who attend summer programming that's a mix of academics and enrichment for more than 80% of the time have a significant advantage over their peers who do not attend programming. So in order to push this model of programming, we put out a request for submission to organizations and schools to propose programming that fit their student populations, as well as follow this research-based model. Our Office of ELL, our Office of Turnaround, as well as our some of the high school funding is also allocated to that, as well as early childhood. Boston After School and Beyond, who's our partner intermediary in the city, also supports that effort by fundraising, and the community-based organizations who have proposed programming also contribute to the cost sharing. So on the slide, it's our projected funding, because this money we have forward funded summer with our Title I and Title III, so that we can plan over the year and have the money so it's not just received on July 1st. So the fiscal year 18 is projected for 2018, or summer 2018.
Thank you. Ariana?
Thank you.
We're going to move on to the 21st Century and Mass Expanded Learning Time grants, and I've asked Stephanie Merrick, our program manager, to speak to them.
Could you click to the next slide, please? Thank you. Hello, good morning. Thank you for having
Morning.
us. I'm here to talk about two grants that we have been awarded for several years, both coming from the state, Massachusetts Expanded Learning Time and 21st Century Community Learning Centers. The Community Learning Center grants, we have both ELT sites, currently there are 3, and 6 OST out-of-school time sites. So given that things remain constant with state budgets, we will be moving to 1 fewer ELT site because 1 will be moving on to Schedule A, so they will still have expanded time, and the same number of OST sites. And you have been given an appendix listing all of these sites. There will be some movement with OST sites, some sites choosing not to continue, and we will be applying for more sites as well. Happy to answer questions on that. And for the Massachusetts Expanded Learning Time grant, we are projecting that everything will stay constant.
Thank you, Stephanie. We are, as you are well aware, implementing our Schedule A, which is a contractual agreement between the BTU and the City of Boston, Boston Public Schools. Expanded Learning Time is in its 3rd cohort, which I mentioned, so all of our 59 schools will be implementing in September. I'm going to ask Chandra Goldfinger, who has led this work since its conception 3 years ago, to give you a little background and then talk about the implementation this year.
Good morning. Thank you for having me today. My name is Chandra Goldfinger. I am the project manager for Schedule AELT. Schedule AELT is a partnership between Boston Public Schools, the Boston Teachers Union, and the Mayor of Boston to provide additional learning time for our students. It will add 40 minutes to the school day, as well as an additional 75 minutes per week of teacher planning time. 40 of those minutes is teacher-led collaborative time, and then 35 is for additional individual planning time. And this came about as a result of a negotiation with the teachers union to figure out how we could provide some equity and parity for our students to receive more high quality instruction and enrichment. The students in Boston at traditional schools receive much less instructional time than the national average. So this is a way to provide more high quality instruction. And also within the district, we had autonomous schools that had a longer day, and we needed to bring our traditional schools into parity with those autonomous schools. So we had 16 schools that began for school year 15-16, and this year are in their 2nd year of implementation. We had 2 additional schools start in school year 16-17, and now we have our remaining 39 schools planning this year to implement in fall 2017. With this final cohort, we've gone through an ELT design process that really takes into account the strategic school design model. So we started back in October to identify urgent needs with our schools. They used a mix of qualitative and quantitative data to pick priority areas for next year to really see what do the individual students and teachers at our school need, and then construct a vision of if we address these needs, how will school improve for our students. We then worked with them to choose building blocks, which are specific elements that they'll add to their schedule or focus on next year to address these urgent needs. And they began to think about resources that they would need in order to implement these building blocks. We then created rough draft schedules for the expanded day that meet the new contractual requirements and are also efficient, meaning that they use an appropriate number of new staff to implement this longer day and cover the additional planning time. And then we made sure that those rough draft schedules were ready in time for budget collaboratives so that we could appropriately staff the school for the following year. Right now, we are finishing up planning with these 39 schools, and they're working on an implementation plan for how they will actually implement starting in the fall. Their final plan that they submit to us will include the building blocks, a description of success. So if we are successful in doing everything we named, what will that look like, feel like, sound like for our students and teachers? A work plan that outlines all of the discrete tasks that the school needs to accomplish, and we hope that they'll keep using this work plan throughout the year. And also how they'll measure progress towards their own goals. We did not put any goals onto the schools. They were all self-determined, and we're helping them create a plan to monitor themselves to see if they're successful towards meeting their goals. Next year, once we have all of our 57 schools onboarded, we plan to continue the coaching and support for these schools. We will have a role that we've called school design coach with the ELT office, and they'll be assigned to each teaching and learning team. They'll provide light touch support to all Schedule A schools in their TLT. And then within each TLT, we hope that they will work intensively with 2 to 3 schools and get personalized coaching through this process. And we plan to focus on the first cohort of schools that implemented because the agreement was signed in January 2015, and then they were implementing in September 2015. The first group of schools had a very short planning period, and we want to go back and really give them the attention they deserve and coach them through this strategic design process. So in our budget, this year, we've provided a lot of direct support to schools in terms of professional development, coaching, sub-coverage for bringing teachers out of the classroom to the planning sessions. We really want this to be a collaborative approach for schools. So we have teachers as well as the principal on every planning team. Each school also received a planning grant in their planning year, although they won't receive those next year. Contractually, they just get it in their planning year. And then we have also allocated money for supplies and personnel for going through the coaching. Next year, you can see, because we are adding an additional 39 schools, we have a significant amount of salary increases. It's contractual with the Schedule A Memorandum of Agreement. And then the rest of our costs are staying fairly steady in order to continue to provide direct support and coaching to schools.
Just a point of clarification. I think you said additional 39 schools, but it's 39 schools for the school year 17-18. Or
So
is it
we currently
39?
have 18 schools that have already implemented Schedule A, and then
Right.
we're adding an additional 39 for a
Oh,
total of 57 schools.
57. I'm sorry. Thank you. Okay. Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm all done.
Great.
Yeah, I would just add to that the 6 professional development days that we held this year following that process was very helpful for the schools. They were able to be thoughtful. Each team came to the table with teachers and an administrator and identified collectively the areas where they wanted to focus. And then we were able to help them move through that process, aligning both personnel resources and supplies and materials resources to reach that goal. So and on the second half of those days, we have helped them, and our last day will be in June, look at how to provide continued professional development next year based on those identified topics, and also how to progress monitor their progress toward their goals for next year. So we want to go back and do that for our cohort 1 schools because it wasn't in existence at the time, and we hope to bring them through that same process. Online and blended learning is a component of our office. This is our 10th year using a credit recovery system in the district for primarily our upper school students in high school who are dragging credits, bringing credits along that they have not completed in order to get to graduation. So in a lot of cases, we have students who may have failed a course freshman year, but couldn't get it into their schedules moving toward senior year. So we provide them an opportunity in the evening to recover the credit for a class that they may have failed, either online or through the Twilight program. And we also, through our online program, have several courses that are authorized through the district's credit-bearing academic office as new credit courses. So we offer psychology, sociology, some other elective courses to students. We've had 150 students per semester on average complete the Twilight program. Those are seniors who are trying to graduate, otherwise would not have graduated had it not been for the program in place. The online and blended learning has worked very well with our home and hospital population. So for our students who are not able to attend school for medical reasons, we are able to provide them high-level quality academic work that they can do at their own pace at home with a coach and teacher who supports them through that process. Our budget for that is pretty much level funded for next year. We have a full-time project manager, and then we have dollars that go to teachers at each of the school as stipends for overseeing the program after school in their buildings, or through, we also have partnerships with the YMCA, where we have 2 sites in the Dorchester and East Boston communities where their students are able to go there and complete courses in the credit recovery system. We use primarily two providers for online work. That is Acellus, which is a nonprofit organization that provides software and applications for students to use, and Apex Learning, which we primarily use their tutorials for real-time support for students in the middle and lower high school grades to help them work through concepts or problems that they may not get. So we've used it as a classroom supplemental tool as well as a credit recovery tool.
So for our research practitioner partnership, this has been a 2-year grant from the Institutes for Education Sciences, and this has been a partnership with the Boston Public Schools and the American Institutes for Research. The first year of the research focused on any school with an expanded day, whether that be Schedule A or an autonomous school, and collected qualitative research on their strengths and challenges of having and implementing a longer day. The second year of the project, which is currently taking place, is looking at quantitative data, looking at student outcomes, as well as teacher and parent satisfaction. So before the conclusion of the project in July, we will have a report offering some statistically significant, hopefully, evidence of the type of impact that ELT is having in Boston Public Schools. And we plan to pursue more funding as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'm just going to go through a couple of quick items, and then I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues in order of their arrival. And again, I asked them to keep their first round questions to 5 minutes, question and answer. On the first page of the or actually the second, Summer and Vacation Academies, we have the FY18 budget amount of $2,317,000, et cetera. What is the FY17, or what was the FY17 appropriation?
Is it level funded, Ariana?
Yeah, it's
Level
level funded. It doesn't, the appropriation doesn't include the strategic turnaround grants or the ELL that's noted in the grid, but it's level funded from our office.
FY7.
So it's the $2,317,595, but that doesn't go as far because we have 20 schools, 20 sites now versus 26 last year or
Correct.
this year.
This year.
Right.
Is that right?
Yep. We were supplemented by the turnaround grant in order to get to the 26 sites.
Okay. Similarly, on the 21st century state grants, can you give me the, is it both? So we see that the grants were level funded, right? The Mass Expanded Learning Time Grant.
Correct.
Yes,
And-
sorry. continue.
No, go ahead. I'm jumping
So in
around.
the appendix, it has all of the little disclaimers. 21st century funding by site tends to be level funding despite changes in enrollment. Massachusetts expanded learning time will change slightly, usually, if there are increases in student enrollment at those sites.
And I'm just, again, I'm looking at, you pointed out that there's 2 sites, but the amount from 3 sites to 2 sites actually went down significantly, at least 30 or 40%.
Yes.
Can you give us an idea of the
Yeah,
reason?
that's due to the enrollment at each site. They're funded according to a per pupil allotment. So that site had a larger amount of students.
Okay. And then obviously you scaled up dramatically the Schedule A ELT from this current school year to next school year. What, in terms of dollars, what's the scale that we're looking at from this current year?
For ELT,
For, well,
Schedule A.
from the 18 schools to the 59 now.
Oh,
That
and I'll
seems to
just,
be a significant investment there.
yeah, and to segue, I just want to say that one of the schools rolling off of the grant is becoming Schedule A. So that decrease that you just mentioned, that school will still be able to expand its day through Schedule A.
Okay. And
And that's the Greenwood,
The Sarah Greenwood.
Sarah Greenwood.
gotcha. Okay. And then online and blended learning, again, the FY17 appropriation versus the FY18 recommended. Do you have those numbers?
Yeah, I can add those up. They're level funded all the way across, but it
Okay.
would be the 450, the 76, 576, and the 207. We'll
Great.
get you a final number.
Okay. And let me just end that with, we appreciate the mayor, the BTU's efforts in expanding ELT. We know, through various studies, it's so important to our students and to our families for a variety of reasons, the least which is not the least which is the academic progress we see and the achievement gap being addressed through extended learning. But I also would be remiss if I didn't mention the late school times. I'm speaking for many parents this year who got extended learning time, who have a 9:30 start, and I know we're working on that and we're trying to address that, going so much later in the day, but I would be remiss if I did not mention that. So, thank you. Let me now recognize District 5 City Councilor Tim McCarthy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Welcome to the INLA Chamber.
Thank you.
What are the cost implications for teachers, staff, custodians?
For Schedule A?
Yes, for extended learning.
So on Schedule A specifically, the teacher stipends are listed on your budget piece. That's an increase of $4,000 approximately per teacher. The buildings in most cases are staffed for the length of day. We are not contracting for additional custodial services. They're already in the buildings for those times.
Okay. Okay, I didn't know if they, because the kids were in the classroom,
Right.
they would have to be staying later.
No,
Okay.
they've worked with us to accommodate kind of where they are in the building versus, when the kids get out of the classroom.
Okay. So you've gone from 16 schools, you added 2, and now you're going to add 39.
Correct.
What was the, as far as the rollout, what type of speed bumps did you run into as you rolled out, and what were your fixes, and how are you going to make sure that you're going from 18 to 30, an additional 39? How are we going to make that a smooth transition?
I think we've already done some of that with our professional development this year. Our first cohort really was not notified until March that they were going to implement the following September. That was very late in the year for them to work with their teachers and staff around trying to, implement the following September with little support centrally. So Chandra was a team of one at the time and was doing her best to try to get them to roll out the following September. What we learned from that was that we had to be much more intensive in our support for schools. So in this year, we began in September with our support to roll out the following year. So we've had a full year of supporting schools, working through some kinks. Scheduling was one of the biggest challenges that we had. We brought on a full-time scheduler who would work with those 39 schools to come up with the best schedule for them based on what they identified as their building blocks and areas of need. So it's been tremendously helpful. Up until this time, the district did not have a scheduler on staff at all. So this was an opportunity for us centrally to provide a resource to students or to teachers and principals to figure out what was the best day and what did that look like based on student needs and what they wanted to do moving forward. So we've had 5 of our 6 professional development days so far this year. Actually our second to last one is happening today. So we're hoping our very capable staff are doing a good job with those schools over at Citizen Schools today, and I'm sure they will be. But our last PD session will be in June, and that'll help schools focus on progress monitoring moving forward next year. So I think both the scheduling and the support from Central were the 2 big pieces that we would identify as speed bumps, and that we've kind of learned lessons from that.
Great. And my final question, Chandra, just a point of information. Did you say that the teachers will have 75 minutes of prep a day?
No, additional per week. So they
Additional per
currently
week.
get, in the elementary level, 5 48-minute planning periods per week, so usually 1 per day.
Yeah.
We're adding an additional 40 minutes of teacher-led collaborative time that we've heard has been a real highlight of Schedule A ELT. The schools report that it's a huge value add, and then an additional 35 minutes per week of individual planning time for teachers.
Okay. Just, I brought this up last year, and I'm sure that Counselor Asabi George will talk about it. I don't know any teacher in elementary who ever gets 30 minutes to do anything else than teach and run around and be a psychiatrist and a sociologist and you got it, a doctor, a nurse, all of those things. So we'll see. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Counselor Asabi George.
Thank you, and thank you for being here today. I just have 2 terms. What's TLT mean? You referenced TLT slide. It's not numbered. The building
So
blocks.
TLT, it's called Teaching and Learning Team. It's how we divide up groups of schools in our district. Each teaching and learning team has 2 instructional superintendents, and it's kind of how we organize our district to coordinate and really have teams where schools can work together.
Okay. And then what's light touch coaching mean?
Yeah, so we're hoping to move to this model next year where we have 1 school design coach per teaching and learning team. So the light touch coaching would be kind of on an as-needed basis, check in with those schools, do probably 2 to 3 check-in visits per year, and really be their point person for answering any questions, connecting them to resources, as opposed to the more intensive coaching that we'd like them to do with just 2 to 3 schools, where they would be going through this school design process, going out to the school for probably several hours per month to work through making an improvement plan. So just to contrast kind of the being a point person for schools versus doing a really intensive coaching process.
Great. And then just to follow up on Councilor McCarthy's questions, can you identify like 1 or 2 schools that have really modeled great transition from prior to ELT schools?
So I think you have an appendix called Bright Spots in your packet.
I don't have that appendix.
Okay.
But if you could just share with
we'll
us.
be able to get it to
It
you.
doesn't.
Yeah, we can share it with you. The Jackson Man actually is one of the bright spots identified, and they actually work very well in trying to accommodate the longer school day. So we'll get that bright spot to you that talks about that. And then Jason at the
Yeah, the Harvard Kent is
Harvard
another
Kent.
school that has been a real bright spot. The principal there has worked a lot with the teachers to have it be a collaborative rollout and really make use of that teacher collaborative time. And they've seen a lot of improvements with ELT as part of their improvement model. We also have the Chittick, which has done really great enrichment clubs for their students using teacher expertise to design. On Friday, they do clubs where kids get exposed to topics that they may not otherwise ever be exposed to.
And then what would be the greatest challenge that our ELTs have faced, other than, you said, that cohort with the late notice? What has been sort of the overarching one or two challenges that schools transitioning into ELT have faced?
So as you can probably imagine, of 39 schools, there's a continuum of readiness. So we have some schools who are really prepared well and ready to implement moving forward. And then we have schools, as Chandra said, where we'll have to focus on really helping them.
Of the schools, though, that have already transitioned into ELT, what have been the major struggles that we've seen, maybe one or two major struggles that we want to avoid with this additional 39?
Well, some of that, I think, was the scheduling piece, which we finally, they didn't have the benefit of having someone work through a schedule with them, so they sort of had to work with what they had. And what we've learned is we're going to go back and work with them around trying to redesign that moving forward so that.
So teachers didn't have time off, or kids weren't getting actual enrichment?
Everyone was getting what was contractually required. It
Right.
just wasn't necessarily an optimal schedule. And also because it was done so late in the year, it was after their budgeting and hiring process. So they kind of had to go back, hire additional teachers who were covering that new planning time. So we've addressed that by getting our planning on the correct timeline.
Now, as I understand it, for the schools going forward for next school year, of the 39 have been directed, there's a number of different models that you could follow.
Right.
But one thing that we were trying to avoid that I understand now we're allowing is simply adding more time to a class period. Is that happening? Is that going to be practiced for next school year?
So schools have a variety of different ways that they've created their new schedules. Many of them are making their periods longer, but that's just in order to organize this specialist schedule. So when kids are going to those enrichment classes, and then within the time in between the enrichment classes or lunchtime, we're working with them to design blocks of time that match their needs. For example, we're working with one school to make sure kids have, they've done 50-minute blocks as opposed to the traditional 48-minute blocks, but we're working to have 3 blocks in a row of literacy time because that's their focus. So while the actual block schedule may look like we just added time, we're working within those times between enrichment periods or lunchtime to create blocks of time that address the school's needs.
And then if any of those schools are already receiving soft landing funding or have some sort of financial restraints outside of ELT, how are we supporting those schools and making sure that they're able to have the specialists or the additional personnel on staff because they're already, in a financial, they're already having some financial struggles as a school because of enrollment or whatever the case might be. How are we supporting those schools with bringing in specialists and all that?
We sort of think of it as a two-phase approach for our extended learning time schools. First is we need to make sure they have sufficient staff so they could cover the time even if they weren't extending the school day. And then beyond that, they then get sufficient staff to support the requirements of the extended learning time. So the fact that a school is receiving a sustainability allocation does not decrease their funding for extended learning time. They still will get the same funding they would get if they were in a better enrollment situation.
All right, and then just while I have you, my last question for this round. Have we started to do any financial planning to sustain extended ELT schools and ELT within our schools long time? Because this is, a $14 million piece of the pie. How do we maintain that funding for the duration of ELT?
Yeah, I would say maintaining extended learning time funding is a key part of our long-term financial planning initiative, and we're really thinking about, extended learning time is now the status quo in the district. This is what we do, and so how can we make sure we can afford it long-term inside that long-term financial planning work?
I'm anxious about that because last school year we had to roll back on rolling out extended learning time because we just didn't have the funding. So I want to make sure that we're not just doing it in a thoughtful, creative, and beneficial way for the kids, but that we're also able to financially support it over the long time.
I think one way to think about it is that this is the school day going forward. So this is what the school day will be. It's not really extended learning anymore. It will become the new school day.
So we're at 100% after next school year, or as of
Yes.
next school year?
Yes.
For all of our elementary?
Yep.
And middle?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Chair.
And we've been joined by District 6 City Councilor Matt O'Malley. Thanks. Councilor Campbell.
Thank you, Councilor Siomo. And thank you guys for being here today and for your presentation. Just a quick question on the report. When are we expected to receive that? Looking at the quantitative and qualitative effect of ELT,
Yep, that'll be complete July this summer.
July of
And-
this year.
Yes.
Okay. Anxious to see that.
Yeah.
And then following up on Councilor Sabi George's question, we will be at 100% for elementary and middle schools for ELT this year or starting in the fall of
17, 18.
Got it.
Starting.
I have a question. So obviously we have the Schedule A schools, which are the non-autonomous schools that are receiving ELT. I think there are a couple of autonomous schools
Mhm.
that got ELT, if I'm correct. Maybe one or two, because I think one is actually in my district.
So the only autonomous school we have on Schedule AELT is the Holmes. The way the memorandum of agreement is written, if a school is in Schedule A and then later decides to become an innovation school, they can continue to stay in Schedule A. And then the rest of our autonomous schools use their own autonomies to extend the day. According
Based on
to
their
the-
model.
Right.
Yeah. So
And
they-
how many of those, how many schools are autonomous that have extended learning time through their structure of autonomy, whatever it is, whether it's innovation or something else?
I'm not sure we have a
Yeah,
number
so-
for you. They wouldn't be schools we would necessarily work directly with, but we can find that out and get it to you.
I would love to know that because I think that obviously increases the number of schools that have some version of
Yes.
ELT. In autonomous schools outside of the homes, which is an exception, do we refer to it as ELT or what is it called?
The school day,
It's their school day under their structure.
right.
That school day, so they don't get any support from your office.
No.
They operate separately. How does the extended school day look or feel, or is it similar to ELT? How is it different?
I can help to answer this. So our year one report, which was qualitative, it also really breaks down all these different autonomies. What proportion of them have a longer day? What other autonomies do they have? How does that allow them to add time, pay teachers, et cetera? So we can definitely send the year one report that really outlines nicely what the schools looked like in terms of how many autonomous schools and whether or not they had a longer day and the specific strengths and challenges they had in their experience.
So off the top of your head, does anyone know for an extended learning day school, I guess it's not allocated like the 40 minutes. So they could very much be getting more time in those schools than the Schedule A schools. Is the cost different, or what is the cost actually, if we just look at the Schedule A schools for ELT for a school on the Schedule A list?
So, go ahead, David.
The autonomous schools exact payments to teachers vary depending upon the exact election to work agreement at every school. So it is laid out in the contract, though, in the pilot school agreement we have with the BTU, how that the basics of the structure, which is that the first 95 hours, I believe, are unpaid hours. They're agreed upon with the staff and the administration. Then the next, I believe, 45 hours beyond that, 45 to 50 hours beyond that, are paid for by the district at the contractual hourly rate. And then any hours that the school wants beyond that 145 additional hours would be paid for by the school using their own budget. And
Okay.
most schools do not exercise that option, but stay somewhere inside the 145 hours or so that are done at no cost
To
And
get,
just-
done at no cost in their
to the
school
school.
budget?
to the school. There is cost to the district.
Right, of
If
course,
they're in
okay.
between 95 and 145.
In the Schedule A schools, their ELT is paid by the district.
Correct. Their teacher stipend is paid by the district.
And what is the cost of that?
4,500 about 4,000 per teacher, and the costs are, for the 39 schools will be the 18 million moving forward.
Well, I'm sorry, say that again.
The
Dana.
18 million for next year
Mhm.
would be all schools, 57 schools.
And that also
That only
includes adding
includes the
additional-
payment to the teachers, that 18 million?
So that includes increasing the teachers' salaries, increasing the salaries of their assistant principals if their school has an AP.
Can you give me an example of increasing from what to what?
So I'd have to get the exact salary increase for the assistant principal. We have agreements with all of the relevant unions. So the teacher salary increase is about $4,500. And then we also have an agreement to increase the school secretary's salary. So that person is there for the duration of the school day and a bit before and after. And that 18 million also includes adding additional specialist teachers to provide additional enrichment and cover the new teacher planning time. So it's all of the salary increases associated with Schedule A.
On average, are the Schedule A costs for ELT higher than the non-autonomous schools?
So it varies pretty significantly by school. So
Okay.
it's really hard to pin an exact comparison.
Unless you look at each school
You sort of
contract
have
and
to look
everything.
at
Right.
each election
Okay.
to work agreement separately. So there are some agreements that are very expensive because they have a lot of time.
Okay,
The 40 minutes is roughly, so adding 30 minutes a day would be 90 hours. And so they can go beyond, autonomous schools can go beyond 40 minutes, in which case it can get expensive.
okay. I'll save my questions for the next round. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much. A number of my questions have been asked and answered. I'll be brief. So, as far as the plan to quantify those outcomes, do you have plans to share that publicly? How will that be rolled out?
Yes, absolutely. We already have the year one report on the BPS website. If you Google expanded learning time, you can find it. We hand delivered reports to every principal when that became public. So it's available online. We try to get it to schools as much as possible. And also through AIR, it will likely be in journals, research journals as well. And if there's any other outlet to make this research more public, we are happy to listen and get our report out as much as possible.
And we'll do the
I'm
same with the
specifically inquiring on behalf of parents. Because, given, I think any parent would be willing to inconvenience themselves and to disrupt their lives, if it means that they're going to see a quantifiable improvement of outcomes.
Mhm.
But it has been incredibly disruptive and challenging. You have parents that have children of multiple ages in multiple schools, juggling multiple jobs. And so I'm curious about two things. One, how will this information be disseminated to them? But also, how are you actively engaging parents for recalibrating in real time? Are they empowered in this process so that you can be nimble according to their concerns and their grievances?
Mhm. So one of the pieces we have not talked about is the school site council. So each school site council has had a training on ELT and the implications, and they have had an opportunity to provide feedback to our team who has attended those meetings at all of those schools. So we've had a collaborative program with the BTU where they go in and do a comprehensive training for the school site council who have to sign off on the final agreement around the schedule. So the parents who sit on that council are able to be part of that discussion and kind of problem solve with us as we move forward. So we have listened at those meetings to a lot of the concerns of parents.
And for parents who are just as invested, but perhaps not participating in those more formal
Sure.
avenues of engagement, how will we share this information with them or empower them to offer feedback?
Yeah, I think that's a wonderful idea to get the report out to them for sure.
Okay.
And then I'm certain, working with the superintendent and our communications department, we can come up with some other ways to put that information out to folks.
Okay.
I'll also look into translation.
Okay, That was my next question.
Yeah.
Okay,
Mhm.
thank you.
Yeah.
Also, could you just tell me, what do we qualify as professional development or enrichment? I just want to make sure we're operating all with the same definitions and we can assuage any fears or concerns that um, families are being disrupted and kids are just, eating graham crackers and having apple juice. So how can we assuage those?
So professional
Concerns.
development, in terms of this particular initiative, really focuses on the school design process, what they've identified as their critical needs, and how we can help them build programmatic supports in the schools. So as an example, we may have a school that has low math scores, and they've decided they want to do a double block of math, one
Okay.
intervention and one regular. So it's very customized to each school. And the decisions around what to focus on have been led by the teachers and in a lot of cases, the assistant principal.
Okay. And since the focus has been to prevent or to close the achievement gap, will your report also have racial demographic overlay
Yes.
Absolutely.
and gender as well?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Is it possible to get a list of the 39 schools? We've heard the criteria, but I just am curious.
Sure.
Yeah, so we had provided you with an appendix. I'm not sure if it made it out to you, but that has a list for all of our offices, the
Yeah.
schools involved in our program.
Okay. And then my final question for this round is, again, with the focus being on preventing dropout and bolstering retention rates and graduation, for the summer and the spring break, the vacation
academies.
academies, is that mandatory? What is the criteria? So it is not, so in other words, if you see a child that's sort of on the precipice and heading a certain direction, is there an engagement with that, child's parent to say they need to be in this academy? Or we
So-
just wait until they fall off?
No, we work with the principals at the school who really know those students the best. So
Okay.
we talk to them about who they recommend for summer,
Okay.
and then contact through them the parents directly about what the offerings will be and why this might be helpful.
So
for
there's
them.
not a standardized sort of trigger, if you will, that if they fall below a certain GPA or showing certain behavioral challenges or home challenges that would trigger someone to contact you. It really is subjective.
Yeah, we give suggested criteria to schools for both vacation academies and summer
Okay.
based on achievement benchmarks as well as attendance and, identified social emotional.
Okay, great.
issues.
That's what I was looking for.
Um,
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We've been joined by City Councilor at Large Michael Flaherty, and now I'll go to Councilor Josh Sakum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for your presentations, and my colleagues have already asked quite a few of what I think are good questions that I wanted to ask. I'll be very brief. I guess at the beginning, someone was talking about sort of the disparity between length of time that our BPS students are in school versus some of our peer cities. Can you talk a little bit more about what that delta is? In broad, and I realize that you can get really into the weeds on that, but broadly speaking, how much? What's the deficit there?
So the national average for the school day is about 7 hours. Our elementary schools were at only 6 hours. So by adding the 40 minutes, we're getting much closer to the national average for school day length.
It would equal 1 month less school time a year
So to get to
without the 40 minutes.
without the 40 minutes, 1 month. And do we have some sort of a timetable or a cost estimate for what it would take to get our BPS schools to at least the national average, or is that something that's in the works?
So I think with getting all of these 57 Schedule A schools on, combined with the large percentage of autonomous schools that have the longer day, we are almost right up there with the
Okay.
national average starting next school year.
And are there, national averages, I think, are good, but I mean, do we have some other cities or communities that we think of as our peers? I know, whether neighboring communities or other similarly situated large cities that if you have the information, at your fingertips, you can speak to?
Not at my fingertips, but we can certainly
Yeah.
get you that.
Yeah.
We've looked at Chicago, Los Angeles,
Mhm.
New York City, some of the cities that we have a working relationship with, and we can get that.
And they typically longer though, in your understanding? Because I think that's, I mean, I think, and I say it quite a bit, that I think our Boston Public Schools, compared to peer cities, do a great job. Just think about how much better job we could do if we were having our students in school as long as they are. So that's it. I look forward to the further questioning, but I appreciate the work you're all doing. I think it's incredibly important to get our kids in the school system and in our school buildings longer to make sure we continue to achieve and give them the opportunity to succeed in the city. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Councilor Jackson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I do want to note, I think it is somewhat disturbing that that we quoted a study was quoted that says the Acceleration Academies work and actually summer learning loss is actually helped by actually having folks in those programs. And so we have data for Boston, which is great. But the budget in front of us actually cuts schools rather than add schools. So we have 26 schools that are currently involved, and now we're moving to 20 schools. So if we're going to actually use the data that's before us, when you're good enough to be a part of a study and we see that works, we should employ that data in real time in the next year rather than cut the programs that actually work for the most vulnerable students. And I believe the people who are most often caught in issues around summer learning loss and loss during those breaks are, I think there's a correlation with poverty, if I'm not mistaken. So I just want to, I need to call that out.
So we were able to fund 26 schools. It's actually level funded and not cut, but we were able to add additional schools by using turnaround funds for some of the lower performing schools in order to add those additional 6 schools.
How many on the waiting list?
We had an application process, and I actually believe that we funded everyone that
We funded
that
all the schools that
applied.
submitted proposals, and we worked with some of them who didn't have kind of a full-blown, fully flushed out proposal.
We offered it to all level 3, 4, and 5 schools.
Okay, because I just think you just told us it works. There's data that shows it works,
Yeah.
and we should actually do it work, right?
Yeah.
So that just makes sense. The other area that I think is also important is when we look at how the ELT money is actually allocated. There's a problem in terms of the allocation, and hopefully you can help me understand this. So there are parent councils who actually are able to. So the issue is that the money doesn't come to around October-ish, right? And it's tied to enrollment money. So you have schools that have parent councils that actually confront the money in the front end, right? So I guess my question is. ELT-related curriculum material? Is there enough support for ELT schools that who don't have parent councils who can actually front the money? Because this could further expand the opportunity and achievement gap based on how much money the parents at that school are actually able to put forward. So where are we at relative to that issue?
So the planning that's taking place this year will identify what those resources are that they need. I think what you're asking is are they prepared to start in September? Is that?
Yeah. So one, there's schools without parent councils that can fund it in the first couple of months.
Right.
So the question is, are we in violation of our opportunity and achievement gap policy, right? Which is the lens in which all of your policies are supposed to be viewed. Does this further this? Because if I'm at a school where the parent council can say, "Hey, there's a Lego program, and we're gonna front the money, and we'll just get it back," versus someone who has to then wait for the enrollment numbers and to get that money. Is this being looked at, or has it been assessed through the opportunity and achievement gap policy?
For all of our Schedule A schools, the funding that they're getting for supplies and materials is general funds and is available to be spent on July 1st.
Okay.
So for every Schedule A school, including all 39 new schools, they will not be reliant on parent councils to provide that supplies and materials. Now, some schools haven't quite finished their planning yet for what they're going to spend it on, but it's not available till July 1st anyway. So I don't think we anticipate any problems there in having funding available for all Schedule A schools.
Okay. And there have been significant transportation issues with extended learning time. And I want to know, particularly around schools such as the Quincy School that you have a significant population of students who have many physical challenges, some who are on battery-powered respirators, some who are on battery-powered wheelchairs. So that school's a late start school, and you're putting them into rush hour traffic downtown. And when Councilor Siomo needs to get home, he needs to get home, right? So when it comes down to that school, you now have students who have that extended time and literally are up against whether or not their respirator is going to actually keep a battery. Where are we at with that, and how are we dealing with those significant issues on long bus rides? And for a lot of young people in the winter months, it's just dark out, right? So that becomes an actual safety issue.
So we've worked very closely with our transportation department. I'm going to ask our chief of operations to speak to that, John Hanlon.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Jackson, for the question. Related to the Quincy Upper in particular, I attended a parent meeting there about 2 months ago and heard a lot of the same concerns from the Quincy Upper community, Quincy Elementary community, I should say. I apologize. And in prep for that, we had done a lot of looking into the area around the Quincy, particular the bus drop-off and pickup locations. We looked at traffic patterns in and around that part of the city, both at 3:30 and at 4:10. And we also brought up to the parent community the idea of what's going on right now with our transportation challenge related to potential adjustments to start and end times for the 18-19 school year. A couple pieces of note. Number one, we work very closely with the Boston Transportation Department, particularly in areas like that where we have blocked off access from other vehicles other than school buses along Marginal Road and Washington Street. We also will continue to work with BTD to make sure that we extend any hours that are necessary for that signage along that area of the South End and Chinatown. In addition to that, we looked at traffic patterns. In fact, what we did was we have the ability to check the speed of our buses. And we use that ability to check to see how fast our buses travel throughout the downtown corridor. I won't go into detail for how we define the downtown corridor, but what we did was we looked to see what the average speed was for our buses between the time of 3:30 to 4:10 and 4:10 to 4:50, so as to approximate the travel that would occur 3:30 dismissal time that the Quincy has right now to a 4:10 dismissal time that the Quincy is looking to have for next year. And as we all know, those of us who drive around Boston, particularly in downtown, rush hour is no longer 4 to 5 or 5 to 6 or 4:30 to 5:30. Rush hour starts as early as 3, if not sooner. And what we found, somewhat surprisingly, although again it makes sense for those of us who are familiar with Boston traffic, that on only a small handful of days over the month when we conducted this study was the average speed of travel faster between 3:30 and 4:10 than 4:10 and 4:50. So in other words, we found that our buses are actually traveling slightly faster after 4:10. That gives us reason for feeling actually pretty good that the commute home for many of those children will not be as long as it is today. That said, this is not to say that the school does not have valid concerns. We assured the school that we will work very, very closely with them, both before the school year starts to make sure that any new signage or other measures are in place beforehand, but also after school starts so that we'll have extra staff on hand at pickup time to make sure that they have a very smooth dismissal from school.
Okay, so I'm going to hand it back to the chair. The only thing I'll also say is just simply what we need to look at and what we need to monitor is whether or not you're going to push people to make decisions about schools based on the time that it starts, right? So we want parents to make decisions based on what is best for their child. But one of the things that parents make decisions on is what is best for their child so that they are able to get there to ensure that they're going to be okay. And so we need to relook at all start times and need to look at how BPS district schools can get additional earlier start times because universally from the parents that I've spoken to, the later, in particular for the 9:30 starts, it is very, very difficult for many parents, as well as with many of the activities that young people participate in that are actually going to get cut off, as well as sports and the like. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. We've been joined by City Council President Michelle Wu. Councilor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to follow up on the line of questioning that Councilor Jackson began because I agree with him on this issue completely. ELT is a terrific model and something that we should all aspire to, and I give you all credit for doing it. It's incredibly attractive and impactful for our students to afford them an extra 40 minutes and particularly allow for the school communities to have a real say in what that time is used for, and I give you a tremendous credit for that. I do have serious concerns, and I've said this privately, publicly, I will continue to say it until we can fix it. When you've got the late start schools, it becomes more of a hindrance than a benefit for the school. I've seen this at the Manning in Jamaica Plain, late start, ELT this year. You saw some parents leave because of that very issue, concern about sports, after-school programs, eventually jobs. We have had many meetings. Many of you have joined myself and Councilor Sabi George, particularly at the Kilmer School in West Roxbury, where this is a huge concern for parents. Late start, pushing the end time to 4:10. The mere fact is that at our community centers, many of the programs begin before these students would get out. So not only would they be unable to attend or take advantage of it, but or even if they could, they'd be late. So they're not going to be able to do so. So, you know, I want to again use this opportunity to bring up the call that Councilor Sabi George and I have been making for quite some time on the efficacy of a later start time for high schools, which would both, I believe, allow for the funding to create an earlier start for many of these elementary schools. I think that's how we solve this issue. So I'm curious if there's been, John particularly, has there been any other work towards the Kilmer situation specifically, as well as some other concerns with later start schools going to the ELT?
So I think I'll respond to that with 3 points to the questions that you raised. First, as far as the Kilmer situation in particular, as you know from a recent meeting that we attended, there's another scenario that our team is mapping out. When we get these scenarios handed to us, they're oftentimes very, they're born from very productive thinking. However, they take an awful long time to actually research and explore because what you oftentimes need to do is unravel a huge chunk of the system and then reroute many, many schools and buses, including schools and buses that are not actually part of that particular scenario. So we're in the process of investigating the one related to the Kilmer that was brought up before. Although I would state again that because of the complexity involved and the number of schools involved in that particular scenario with the Kilmer, the Beethoven, the Orenburg, the two different campuses of the Kilmer, it's unlikely that we would be able to do anything to allow the Kilmer to move to an earlier time. But I want to make sure that I present the council with the actual data that comes from that study and not just my own intuition, as I don't think that that's the right thing to do. Second, in terms of what we're going to do in the future, as is mentioned before, we are in the process of our hackathon-style transportation challenge that we hope will yield adjustments to start and end times for the 18-19 school year. We needed to make sure that we did that in a much longer time period than a rushed exercise to adjust times for this upcoming school year, knowing that number one, wouldn't allow us to have the community input that we're in the process of seeking right now. And number two, it would likely leave us exposed to other flaws in the system by rushing to adjust some times for this upcoming school year. The third piece that I'll respond to is your suggestion around high schools and the late start elementary schools. It's actually an idea that I had thought of myself. It seems logical. It's sitting right there. The few challenges that we ran into when thinking through that, number one, if we moved high schools to a 9:30 start time, that then leads to a number of other concerns that we've also heard from the high school community. Do we have lights at athletic fields that would allow practices and games to take place after 4:10 dismissal time for high schools? What about student employment and other concerns that our teenagers have when they leave high school? There's a host of other challenges that we'd run into if we merely swapped high schools to that later tier. Second, because many of our high schools don't require much transportation in terms of our yellow buses, we would not be able to free up enough buses to even serve a very small number of elementary schools if we were able to make that switch, simply because for every one for every one elementary school that we might have, it could be several high schools worth of buses that would take to offset those elementary school buses, if that makes sense. I think I'm
In theory, it
stumbling my
makes
words.
sense. I will take you at your word, John. But just so you know, when we have our transportation hearing, I will be asking specifically the BPS transportation hearing. I will be asking specifically for the number of yellow buses per high school, because I was shocked that the number is as high as it was. I thought, to your point, that it was a handful. I was at the two high schools at the West Roxbury Education Complex, and it was probably 20 buses, which was a staggering number for two small high schools. And then I'm sorry, I cut you off though.
No, but I'll address that. And what happens with the West Roxbury high schools in particular is we have a large number of shuttle buses, just because access to that part of the city is so constrained that we try to make it as easy for the students going to those schools as possible.
And I applaud that. I'm not suggesting we do away with that. You know, we're talking about the VFW Parkway. It's very, very dangerous. The shuttle buses make sense, but it's still yellow buses that I would think a later start. We could provide that service while having a later start, but we'll save that for transportation.
You got it.
You know, I take you at your word. Forgive my cynicism when we talk about a hackathon or some plan for the future. It's going to take some time, because we've heard that from BPS on a whole host of issues for so many years, and I'm not indicting this administration certainly, but it's frustrating to me that oftentimes I feel the default for BPS is no, when in the Kilmer situation specifically, you have everything that we should want. You've got a very engaged, diverse group of parents wanting to make this work, but feeling helpless that their voice actually matters in this thing. And this is just one small example on one particular school. I'm not giving short shrift to the Manning, because they've had similar issues, but it's a much smaller school, so the impact is less. It still exists, and I just remain incredibly hopeful that we can figure this out going forward. ELT makes sense. I don't mean to sound dour. I don't mean to sound cynical about what we all share is giving our kids more quality time in the classroom. We all support that. I just want to make sure it's done right, and I still have some serious questions about how it will be implemented and what the unintended consequences will be with those late start schools. So that's all for now.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman.
Counselor Flaherty.
Thank you. Just a quick opine, I guess, on the time slots. The time slots 7:30 to 1:30. Kids get home well before the after-school programs start, before the coach gets down to the Little League Diamond, before dance classes start. 8:30 to 2:30 is, for the most part, school time zones that we knew, and then the 9:30 to 3:30, to buttress what colleagues have said, those kids, particularly those that are taking transportation, they get home well after all those programs begin, so they kind of get the short end of the stick with the after-school enrichment program. So I'll just say that that the time slots, but also it drives transportation and the bloated school transportation costs that continue to dog our school district, and has for too long. So hopefully we can restore some sanity around the times that our children go to school, and also those that are in need of transportation, but that we start wagging the tail as opposed to the tail wagging the dog. So just want to talk a little bit about the Office of Extended Learning Time, again, around sort of bloated bureaucracy issues. How many people will, and I don't know who through the chair, who will answer the question, is how many people will staff this office? What will the duties of those staffers be? And what's the annual cost going to be to run the extended learning time office?
So the extended learning time office is not just Schedule A. So on your first slide on the presentation, we have 5 divisions. So the summer and vacation academies is 1 FTE. The 21st Century and Mass ELT is 1 FTE. The Schedule A ELT is 3 FTEs. Online and blended learning is 1 FTE. And the research practitioner partnership is a cost share, so 0.5 FTE.
So those are going to be brand-new FTEs, or
No.
we're going to take from within the pool that we have over at the bowling building, or say, I
All
use
of
Cliff
those
Street.
programs were staffed by the current staff that's employed there. So we've had, the Schedule A particularly is, Chandra has been on that program for 3 years. And we've added 2 staff people to implement the 17, 18, 39 school implementation.
Okay.
So we'll have 3 people and 39 schools.
Okay, and what will the annual cost be for that type of effort?
6 FTE.
So the 3 people, including all benefits, will probably be about $350,000.
And they fall under the teachers' union, are they
No,
considered?
they're managerial positions.
All right, so they'll be residents of the city then?
Yes.
Okay, so do we have a residency requirement on these positions?
We do.
Okay. Very good. And then what will their duties be?
So they're going to support the 39 schools. We have a job description we can share with you that would outline their individual responsibilities. I think earlier we presented that these will be assigned to the TLTs, the teaching and learning teams, which with 2 instructional superintendents that they'll support. The schools in that TLT will be supported by one of those people because there's 3 TLTs for all of those schools. They will provide overall support for all the schools in the TLT and deep support for those schools that are identified as needing additional help.
That's great. And then just through the chair, recommendation on the, at the high school level, if we could introduce SAT prep.
So we do have SAT prep
Okay.
available to students in an online platform. That's available to any student in the district at no cost.
All right, are kids taking advantage of that?
Yeah, some students, depending upon the school and depending upon, how it's implemented at each of the schools, but we can give you some background on both SAT, MCAT. We do SAT, AP exam preparation, and MCAT prep.
Great, very good. Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Counselor Wu.
Thank you. I apologize for being late. So in an attempt not to be repetitive, I'll just ask one question and tell me if this has been asked already too as well. So looking at the overall budget, just wanted to understand how much of it is coming from external grants and how long those grants are sort of dependably projected out to last. So our materials say it's a $14 million FY18 appropriation. So that is from the city's general fund, and then the grants are on top of that? Or?
Right. So the ELT Schedule A specifically, that 18 million is general funds.
And how much additional funding is being used from external grant
So
sources?
the slide that shows you this first slide, or this is the ELT grants that are funded through state dollars.
And is this the entirety of the external grant funding that's used for ELT?
In addition to this is the research grant that we have from AI, with AIR.
Okay, so from these 2 grants, the 21st Century and Mass ELT grants, about $2.5 million. And how long
So we
will those
expect
last?
those at this point to be level funded. moving forward.
In perpetuity or?
No, it's budget cycle. Yeah, three.
So they're on 3-year
3
cycles.
years? Okay. And so if, for example, in 3 years, either the state's priorities change or others, is the expectation that the city will then just absorb this cost?
So all of those programs run through a continuum of sort of growth cycles over time. So initially they come in as an initially funded program. They have the option to move to exemplary status, which doesn't increase their funds, but puts them in a sort of a different category for sustainability. And those go on for 3 years in the cycle. So they would spend their first 3 years as a initially funded grant and then move to an exemplary status grant. So for those schools who are not yet exemplary, we're working to help them move to that point. And then those schools who are exemplary status, part of that is to share their information with others. So take advantage of that by having work with our other individual sites that are emerging.
Do the costs associated with ELT for the school go up when they go into exemplary status because they are asked to do more in terms of information sharing or no? Okay. And then the research grant, is it just the cost share for the FTE or is there additional grant funding on top of that?
There's no district incurred cost other than the FTE.
Okay.
So the grant funds the research and the collaboration with AIR.
Okay, great. So as ELT continues to expand across the district in later fiscal years, is the expectation that the external grants will remain sort of a fundamental piece of being able to afford it?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're going into the second round of questions, but I'd like to remind folks that we have the budgets hearing immediately following this, as well as human capital and equity after that. So let me now recognize Councilor Anissa Sabi George.
Thank you. Just to follow up on Councilor Wu's question, there is no further expansion. We are going to be after next school year in all of the middle and elementary schools. So this will
That's
just
for
be
ELT Schedule A. This question specifically were around our state-funded extended learning time grants. That's what that separate page is about.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that clarification. So a few of the questions that I received over this last year with the new schools coming on are particular constituent requests regarding kids with dietary needs. Are we going to give school stipends or funding for an extra snack period or an opportunity for kids to eat, especially those that may have a medical need to have sort of a snack time?
Mm-hmm. We've had ongoing meetings with our food services office, and what we have talked about and are working with them on is staggering times for their staff so that someone will be there late in the day to distribute snacks for students. We know it's a long day for them, so they have built into their schedules when those times for snacks can take place. And food services is adjusting the staffing time to look at staggering times that they arrive rather than having everybody arrive at 7 and leave at 3. They'll have some staff who come in at 9 and stay till 5.
Very good. And then in the schools that have already done ELT, especially those with the current 9:30 to 4:10 schedule, are we seeing an increase in early dismissals for kids with 4:10? Because I've heard through my experiences, not just at my own kid's school, but other schools with the change, that either they're going to start pulling kids earlier to get to after-school activities or other commitments. Some of our kids are receiving special ed services, sort of independently contracted. Have we looked at that data at all?
So most of it has been individual school issues. I would say that
I'd say they're all individual school issues.
Right.
Right, the kids being, but have we looked at that data at all? At the amount of kids that are being dismissed earlier?
Not to my knowledge, but we certainly can take a look.
I think that would be interesting. And I also have heard, especially with mine and Councilor O'Malley's conversations with the Kilmer and mine with a few other schools, one that my kids attend, is that some parents are actually going to transfer schools because of the change in times. And I'm wondering if we'll do any exit interviews of families that are either transferring or leaving the district altogether as to why, and if one of those points could be it's a change in school end times in particular. And then to Counselor Jackson's point about schools that are fronting some of the ELT programming expenses, what schools are fronting those costs?
I'm not aware of any that are fronting the cost because it's available July 1. They have ample time to do that, and they've already decided what those resources are in June. So in moving forward, they can begin to compile their orders in June, give us to us on July 1, and then we enter that into the system. It would show up in the fall if schools were not purchasing in advance.
Are schools required to purchase if they are contracting any services through our vendor-approved list? Or can they independently contract with an organization that maybe isn't a BPS vendor for enrichment services or other outside activities?
So if they're using our general funds, they do have to go through a BPS vendor. We've been, sending schools vendor forms to make sure whoever they want can get signed up so they can get the services that they need. This year we did try a different process with the funds, so I think that may be some of the schools that have been delayed. But we plan to rectify those issues for next year so that schools have access to the funds on July 1st.
So they'll have access July 1.
Yes, and that's the supplies money specifically. So it's $200 per teacher, and based on the number of teachers in the school. Some schools have collectively pooled the money to order supplies. In other schools, it's been 40 teachers each individually spending their $200. We got all of that information sent to us, and then we processed those orders through our office. But they came in very staggered over time. So to Councilman Jackson's point, some of them didn't get the material orders to us until October or November. We then didn't get their orders in until, after school vacation break. So there was a delay this year. Next year, that process will be different, and schools can just send us a list that we will authorize.
But that's on the supplies list. What about for the activities? So if schools for their extended learning time are bringing in vendors to teach a music class or to teach an art program or a different type of program where they have to contract for the services.
Right.
Is there a delay in that, or is there a requirement that we're using BPS vendors?
They would need to use a BPS vendor, but we provide them the information on how to register to be a vendor, and then we would do the contract with them.
Okay, and then I do have a few more out for the next round, but one right now, just very quickly. A number of schools, including the Perry where my kids attend, for years, have been told that they would change from a 9:30 start to an earlier start time. Many, many years ago, there was supposed to be a cycle where schools were going to swap off this 9:30, less desirable 9:30 start. So once we get settled for ELT this coming school year, are we then going to start shifting the conversation to, okay, how can we work with these schools that have been promised for so long that they'd no longer be a 9:30 start time to an earlier start time? Is that conversation starting? Is it happening? It's especially becoming burdensome for a lot of school communities because of that 9:30 to 4:10 schedule.
Right. I'm going to ask John to.
So thank you for the question. I would say, as I was mentioning before to Councilor Jackson and Councilor O'Malley's questions, we are hopeful that the work coming out of the Transportation Challenge will prove beneficial for the district in terms of allowing us to think through how we can make our system more efficient and accommodate different school start times in the future. If there needs to be a fallback a few years from now, even just 2 school years from now, that we go back to a system where we cycle schools around the different start times every 4 or 5 years, what have you, then we'll have to consider that. I know that was the system that was in place for a long time here in Boston. It obviously has its own pros and cons, and in fact, a lot of cons, if you will. That said, we do hear from some of these schools that are moving to 10 past 4 next year. We're taking those requests that we get from those schools very seriously, and we're hoping to be able to accommodate them to some extent not this upcoming school year, but the following year.
I'd say, and we can talk about this more during the transportation hearing, it's really becomes a problem of the policy is dictating what's, the
Right.
transportation piece is dictating the policy. We should have a policy in place where we have more reasonable start and end times for all grade levels, and then the transportation should follow that. I think that we're doing it the wrong way. And I know it's a challenge that we face, and we're hoping to find some answers with the hackathon. I just hope we do it in a timely fashion that we could see changes. You know, I was certainly hopeful for changes for this coming school year, apparently not going to happen, but that they could happen for the next school year. That's it for this round. Thank you.
Counselor Campbell.
Thank you, Counselor CMO. Just picking up on Counselor Sabi George's line of questioning related to start time. So I hear the same thing from schools within my district, particularly obviously elementary schools, who feel as though they've been promised something or they've been waiting with answers that for them are just not adequate, or rationales that aren't adequate. So I think, and many thought that maybe this school year they'd go from a 9:30 to an 8:30 start. One thing I would like to see is currently the list of just elementary and middle schools and their current start times, because for my district, this is becoming an equity issue. There are some schools who feel as though there are schools in certain parts of the city that have an 8:30 start, and maybe that happened when that cycle of going back and forth every 5 years changed, who feel as though they've been stuck. And frankly, some are calling for us to go back to the 5 years because at least it would be fair. Whereas now they feel as though they've been saying we need an 8:30 start and they're not getting that. So I really think that this needs to take priority in some way, and that some schools need to see some movement on this. And it's a major concern that we hear the most when we go and visit our schools. So I just wanted to echo that. I know other counselors have brought it up, but I'd love to see a list of schools currently and their current start times. Obviously, you'll get us a list of Schedule A schools that have ELT. I'd also love to see the list of autonomous schools that have obviously extended learning day as well. So if we could get that, that would be extremely helpful. Following up or going back to the cost piece, right now, what's the biggest cost with providing ELT? Is it the staff and the teacher salary increases?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm that. And then just going back to ELT generally, what are sort of schools and students using this 40 minutes for? So what are they doing with the ELT time?
So each school does something a little different. It's not, a separate 40-minute block at the end of the day. They redesign a schedule looking at the entire school day and also incorporating those new blocks of teacher planning time. So a lot of schools are adding enrichment clubs. Some schools are adding what they call win blocks, what I need now, where students get really personalized, individualized attention to meet their needs. Some schools are adding...
I'm sorry, you referred to that as...
So schools like to call them win blocks, what I
Win
need.
blocks, okay.
Yeah. So that's when there's the opportunity for students to have targeted personalized instruction on top of their traditional instruction. And some schools are focusing on social emotional learning, so adding things like open circle or restorative justice. So each school does something different based on looking at the individual needs of their students.
And I'm assuming that how are students invited to participate in these programming that the school decides to use the 40 minutes for?
So since it's part of the official school day, all students participate in the programming. It's built into their schedule.
And then now my last question has to do with the Matahunt and the redesign of the Matahunt and how ELT plays into that. If someone could talk about that, that'd be great. I did see, I think, a note in here about something.
So our design work for the school is obviously ongoing as we're planning for them to open the next school year. The superintendent has committed to the school having an extended school day, but what exactly that looks like is still under design.
When will we have a sort of final idea of what that looks like. Obviously, I can't believe it's May, but we're in May. And obviously, parents are still planning, deciding what they want to do next. Frankly, a lot of that decision-making has already happened for many parents, but I think it's critical that we sort of get that moving as quickly as we can. But I'd be curious to know what the timeline is, and particularly for the counselors to be to know what that is as well.
So Mary Driscoll, who's the instructional
I know Mary.
superintendent for the school, will come down and answer that question.
Thank you, and thank you, Mary.
Good morning. It's still morning. So the plan for the new school at the Mattahunt building, which we're currently calling the Mattapan Early Elementary School, is for the school day to be a 7:30 to 4 o'clock day. The proposal, and we're in conversation with the union about this now, is for the teachers to work the Schedule A day. So they would work, the instructional day would be 6 hours and 40 minutes as at other ELT Schedule A schools, and then there would be an additional period of time that would be an enrichment block, which would be staffed in part by some of the paraprofessionals at the school, in addition to partners that are currently doing the after-school programming at the Mattahunt School.
So this also involves negotiating with the union, which obviously adds its wrinkles, obviously, in terms of the timeline. Do you have an idea, Mary, when we might see sort of the final vision for what will unroll next school year?
I believe that we have a meeting scheduled with them for this week. In terms of for parents and communicating to families that are choosing that school, the school day, the 7:30 start time, 4 o'clock end time is set. So that will be the school day there.
And my last question is, right now, currently, how many students do we have committed to attending this new school in the new school year?
I'm looking, I know Robbie is up there, Havdalah, in enrollment. I believe we're somewhere around 130 at this point.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Robbie is from our Office of Engagement. He can probably give us a more exact number.
That's my last question. Okay, so 130 students committed with a capacity of?
Our initial projection was for 300 students.
Oh, wow. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Counselor Jackson.
Thank you very much. Just to follow up, I have been very public about the fact that I don't believe that Mattahunt should have been closed. And I don't believe that we gave the parents the proper notice or opportunity to make their case. And I still believe that that is a very important school community in the city of Boston. And there are several young people in that school who have actually been at prior schools that closed. So if we're going to have the conversation about opportunity and achievement gap, I think it's critical that we acknowledge that we have many young people in that school who that has actually been the case for. 49 schools losing funding, and we'll get to that in the next go round. But I think it's important. So we're talking about extended learning time, but there are schools that are losing funding in their base, right? So you're adding something additional, but in many schools, such as the McCormick, there's a $950,000 cut. So I want to understand how, if we're taking away from the base, how are schools going to actually be able to take care of themselves when you're taking, and again, that's nearly $1 million at one school. How do they deal with that? The need to provide additional services when we've taken away from their baseline of services as well as staffing in that space. And several of these schools have actually had 3 years of cuts in a row. Help me understand that.
I'm going to ask David to answer that. Our focus is on the expansion.
Yeah, I think we can talk about that in the school budget, right?
Okay, well, please be prepared, because I think the issue here is, no, I get you, but I think the issue here is, but I think you need to, this is very important for you. If they can't carry out their base level of functioning, how do they carry out an extended learning time if you don't have the baseline of number of people that you need in a building, at support staff in those buildings?
Right.
So if you're not looking at this, then that becomes a problem, because that means, and I'll tell you, if you're in a building that is failing, and we keep young people in a failing building for an additional 40 minutes, what is that? That might actually even, I don't know what the data says, it might actually even harm, or people might actually go backwards when it comes to that. So this is something that your department absolutely, and now your new office needs to be looking at, is the potential for disproportionate effect on those schools that have actually getting cut. And I want to hear in the next go round, the McCormick School, they're receiving a $950,000 cut, and you're telling them to stay in school for a longer day. What is that going to mean? How is that going to translate in that space? I also wanted to get a feel for, there's an ERS vendor contract for supporting ELT. I'd like to know how much it is, and then and how many schools does it support?
Can I just speak 1 minute to your Mattahunt question? I can't speak to the school closure, but from an ELT standpoint, this summer we've made an agreement from the district to the Mattahunt that each student that is currently at the Mattahunt School will have access to one of our BPS summer programs, and that's the 120 hours that's in our model. So that's one of the things that we're trying to do in our office to support those students that are.
The only thing I would say is that as BPS has conversations about transitions and having less transitions, we now have young people who've been at 2 schools, at least, some maybe even 3, that have been closed. So if we're saying less transitions, more predictability is a good thing, just as I noted before relative to data. Let's follow our own data and let's follow our own thinking. And by closing an opportunity off, and also when it comes to the Mattahunt School, one of their issues was feeder pattern. They're surrounded by cemeteries. And so the home-based model, it becomes problematic. So that was just my response there.
On the ERS contract, that contract is $340,000. It was awarded through an RFP bid process last year. That was before I took over. The ERS has helped us with a scheduling design tool and designing the professional development sessions, as well as deep coaching for 6 of our schools to give us some feedback on what that looks like over the year. Next year, we are not renewing that contract. Part of what we're trying to move toward is the sustainability and farming out those supports to an external organization. Doesn't make as much sense as bringing those resources in internally. One of the things we've done is have all of our BPS departments present to the schools so that the schools are aware of what resources are available to them already within the district.
Yeah.
So our academics department, our cell wellness department, and we'll be bringing that in-house, that expertise and support in-house,
Yeah.
rather than having a contract.
Well, and I think I actually question what the sense of, while you're cut, there's $11 million of cuts to schools in those 49 schools. That $340,000 is a third of what is being cut out of the McCormick School. And so I absolutely not only encourage, but I discourage BPS from not building this capacity internally rather than seeking that capacity externally with an external partner. You have efficiencies and economies of scale that can actually occur inside BPS. And those dollars, instead of going to an outside vendor, can actually go to the school site and schools that actually are getting cut this year. And so I just think it is ill-advised to have a contract that is duplicating the services of that we're actually being asked to vote on a new office at the same time that money is being taken away at the school site level at many 49 of the schools in our district. And I have a question. Where are we at? Do we have to take that? Does that 340,000? Are we obligated to expend that $340,000?
It was for the current school year, not for next year.
We're not contracting with them next year. We are doing everything in-house.
Okay. Mr. Chair, the only thing I would also ask for is, and this might come in at the transportation hearing, where are we at with the transportation audit? Because if we're going to talk about extended learning time, we need to know how many young people are actually on the buses. And it is a concern to me about young people in the wintertime getting on and off buses in the dark. And that becomes a public safety issue across the city of Boston. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councilor Sabi George.
Thank you. I do have a question on the online and blended learning.
Certainly.
And I'm wondering if any of the online pieces are happening during the day. Is this some of what's happening in our schools for credit recovery?
So the blended component, we've done quite a bit of training with teachers to use the online resources as a classroom supplement, or possibly assigning it to student as a pre-classroom work. So it enriches the lessons in a lot of ways for students. The credit recovery is only used during the day where students have a free block and they can make up a course during their free block. And we have staff at all of the schools who have been trained on the technology.
And then our kids on the online piece, both whether it's at school or outside of the school day, are they able to sort of self-select the courses that they'd like to take?
Almost always it's a course they need to graduate. So,
but within like the, history or within English, whether, within certain pieces, they can self-select.
So if they failed English 9, they're going to need to make up English 9. They do have an option to take enrichment courses online as well. So we do offer, specifically, I know the O'Brien offers psychology, sociology. Those are available to all our schools. New Mission also does a really nice job on sort of the entrepreneur and media classes. So depending upon each school, those are just two examples of schools that have chosen specific courses to offer available to their students.
And then I wonder, have you looked at all about sort of the classes, especially those ones that kids are self-selecting into, if there's a particular demand, and whether we should be looking to offer that course as a regular part of the school day with a teacher and students before him or her?
So we have looked at demand for those courses, and a lot of times it's 4 or 5 students at a particular school. What we have investigated is employing some sort of telecommunications process where multiple schools might be able to take from a teacher who's at one place. So if psychology becomes a high demand at 3 or 4 schools and we can collectively put together a class, we would then be able to have one teacher virtually instruct students at many schools.
All right, and then my last question on the budgeting piece for that, fiscal year 17, the site coordinators were at 99,000, and for fiscal year 18, it's going to go to 68,000?
Correct. So a lot of this has been inculcated into the work of the teachers at the school. So they see it as value added. We have used a lot of our guidance folks to help us really hone in on what students need, and they can also provide support. And we've improved the products that we've used.
All right. So I asked that question because that's the largest discrepancy. And between the 2 years, you had mentioned that they were level funded. So I'm really confused just generally about some of the dollar amounts associated here with fiscal year 17 compared to 18. So I'd appreciate, and I think the body would appreciate, just the updated version of this with the correct dollar amounts, because there does seem to be within all the categories, but that was one of the bigger ones, a discrepancy.
Okay.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair, and thank you all.
Question for Councilor Jackson.
Just to follow up on Councilor Sabi George's line of questioning around blended learning, I think in a day and age, actually, first off, we have a couple of colleges and universities that actually do this, so we might consult them around how to do this. I think it becomes problematic if the blended learning is only for remedial classes, right? And so I know that there are schools on the individual school site level that have those offerings, but I think in particular with a industry of by 2020, there's 1.4 million open jobs in computing, and there's only 400,000 people who are studying computing. So I think this aspect of technology needs to be ubiquitous across all of the schools in the Boston public schools, and that we need to better enable our young people around this area of technology. It's probably what they're going to end up doing, and we probably are going to end up working for them. So we should be really good to them right now because those are the folks who we're probably going to end up working for. And so I just believe that Boston, as the place, we right next door, we figured out the internet. Al Gore didn't really do that. And we also, the first computer came out of Boston. So I think it's really critical that we embrace that technology is here, and we be very thoughtful about not making it punitive, right? So if you only have it as a remedial class, then you are making a connection with technology as a bad thing, inadvertently. And also, as I noted before, I think it is critical that we have an annual check on the ELT rollout around the demand for these schools, because parents could actually end up migrating. We saw this around bus passes for high school students. Some people are making the decision to go to a school that's 2 miles away because they don't feel it's either safe or they're able to actually get to and from school without a 7-day M7. And I also have been a proponent of 7-day M7s for all middle and high school. So I just think that we need to be thoughtful in that space. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We have 3 people who want to testify. So I'm going to call 3 names, and please come to the podium, and we will call up Evian Bridgemahan, Brian Foster, and Kathleen Alvarez.
Thank you for the opportunity to address the city councilors. Employee number 913562. This is student 318328. Goes to school 419. Slated for transition to grade configuration K0 to first grade. Student 318328 has been waitlisted for the following: 422-510-310, waitlisted at number 53, 36, 42, and 189. These are all BPS schools. The reason why I speak to you this way is because this is the way they speak to us, only in numbers and data. It is an emotional thing for us. My daughter has gone to the Mattahunt School since she was K2. It is her second home. And I say it's her second home because we have been homeless for the past 4 years. We cannot no longer afford to live in the city. We are homeless because I also work for Boston Public Library. Even though I work for 18 hours a week because the school starts at 9:30 and ends at 3:30, I cannot afford to have my daughter go to the morning program, which starts at 7:30 and costs $40 a week, and an after-school program that costs $80 a week, so that I may have a full-time job. We stand before you to give you a face to these numbers. The writing is on the wall for many of our schools on the list that are slated for budget cuts. These budget cuts means that teachers are going to lose their jobs, and teachers are the actual rubber that meets the road, that meets our children who have face-to-face contact. Many of our schools are looking to have 24 closures after 2 years from now, which they will not address to you. Everybody in this room sitting in here will get a raise. However, teachers will lose their jobs. A company called Blueprint will get a contract, which is a consulting firm, to tell us how to run an ELT. BPS is opening a new administration called Extended Learning Time. The people in the administration will actually never have face-to-face contact with the actual children who need the extended learning time. It's a lot to digest. I am an emotional person. My daughter will only experience third grade once. The city has been able to find money to put cameras on police officers. $800,000 to increase technology in the Department of Justice, which polices my community, Mattapan, Dorchester, Roxbury, Hyde Park, as though we are an occupied nation. The Mattahunt School is closing. According to BPS, it is transitioning. The Mattahunt School can hold 927 students. The school currently holds 627 students and counting, because BPS uses the Mattahunt School as an excess school, meaning when there's no seats available in other schools, they send them to the Mattahunt. Mr. Henderson, or even the people in this room, can tell you that they opened up another classroom in the Mattahunt School this year, after they have already announced the school closure. Many of the students have special needs, autism, Asperger's, ADHD, and resources have not been extended to these students as the school is in transition.
Ma'am, can you wrap it up, please, because we do have some other speakers.
Sir, I am speaking for all the parents who are not here. I am not just speaking for myself. I'm speaking on behalf of the Citywide Parent Council. I'm speaking on behalf of all the Mattahunt students and parents. And please give me my due time, Mr. Mark Chimono.
Okay, it's 5 minutes.
Many of the Mattahunt students are being waitlisted for their first and second choices. There are third and fourth level schools, and the current funding is unacceptable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. How y'all doing? My name is Brian Foster. I work for BYOP, Boston Youth Organizing Project. First question I want to ask is, what the fuck are y'all doing?
Hey, listen.
Sorry, my fault. Can I swear? Can I swear?
First of all, it's
I can't
not a.
swear?
Can I finish, please? First of all, this is not a question. If you have a statement to make to the counselors, that's what this opportunity is.
Is that
for
gonna
you
kill
to
my
speak
time?
to us.
Is that gonna kill my time?
You can begin.
Okay. It's a rhetorical.
And please do not swear.
Okay. Okay, it's a rhetorical. What are y'all doing here? It's a serious question. What are you doing here? Like, why? What are y'all doing here? How many? Sorry, can I answer? Can I ask questions to anyone specific?
I just said you can make a statement. Try to be respectful,
Okay, cool.
please.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
And this is eating your time. Okay.
Okay, cool. There are 3 speakers today. 3 speakers. What are y'all doing? No, seriously, there are 3 speakers and there are no youth here. What are y'all doing? Did you wake up to put on a suit and just oppress youth some more? What are you doing here? Leave. If you're not going to speak for me, if you're not going to defend me like she did, get out of here. What are you doing in this position? Now, to continue, there are no youth here. That's a problem. What time is it right now? It is 12:12. There are students in classrooms, and you are making decisions for students. Why aren't there students here, and why are you still in this room? Why aren't you giving your position to these students? Matter of fact, better question, why aren't you setting up these students to be able to lead in your positions? That is my question. And the reason why I'm saying, sorry, I don't have much time, but let me go into detail with what I wanted to say. You were talking about, I heard something about there being a new program to help students with trauma and behavioral issues, right? 3 youth died last week. This Monday, youth are getting a notification from their school talking about so-and-so died, we need time of silence. For youth like that, and she brought up a good question. I'm sorry, I don't know her name, but she brought up a good question. What is your direct action when youth are traumatized, when youth have these problems, right? And it's important that we keep in mind that a lot of youth go home with a lot of the traumas that they experience at school and at home. They still go back home to the same issues at the house or same issues outside the house. There's a lot of things that go on in a lot of communities that affect students. So it's important that we keep in mind that when you're thinking about students, you're not just thinking about how can we just help the broad, but also how can we individually attack, and how do we train members of staff to like she was saying, to find what's the word I'm looking for, to figure out key points when you see that students are struggling, when you see that students are having issues. If you see a student crying down the hallway in my school, teachers don't care. Teachers don't care. The school that I went to, teachers do not care. Matter of fact, more guidance counselors have been fired this year, and they added 5 cops. I am not going to go to a cop if I'm traumatized. If my boy died last week, I'm not going to go to a cop and talk to him. And that's just facts. I'm not going to do that. And it's all about setting up the environment for students and making it for them. But also, I'm not going to talk for youth. I'm 20 years old. My time is done. I work with youth. I support youth. I move them to go forward, to lead them. And y'all should be doing the same. And I'm disappointed in every single one of you, except for that man right there. Because y'all should be listening to Tito. He says it himself every single time, and I don't get it. He says it every single time. We are the experts. She, them, those 3 students over there, these 4 students, these are the experts. These are the only experts, and there's only 3 people speaking. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Kathleen Alvarez. Hope you guys had a great morning, and mostly I like to talk about that I'm from the Edwards Middle School, and that school had an extended learning program. I can tell you, when that extending learning program goes away, half of the students that were going to be in the streets are out now. I know multiple students who were saved by debate, who were saved by theater, who were saved by the soccer team, who were saved by different opportunities that were handed through these programs, yet you guys want to take it away. My school, the Edwards Middle School, lost $100,000 this year. This is probably around the 2nd time I have to tell them. I remember seeing their eyes as I tell them, there's not going to be theater next year. You guys can't do debate next year. And seeing the sadness in their eyes and them saying, I don't know what I'm going to do. Like the first speaker, she said herself that she needs that program for her kids. My mom, I only have one mom, single parent. She's working all day. She has nobody to take care of me. In 6th grade, if I came home at 2:30, I would have been alone all day. My mom would have to put more money into getting a babysitter when she can barely afford rent. If we didn't have the extending learning program, I wouldn't have got that chance to actually do something after school, have that time filled. And to reiterate what Brian Foster said, there isn't any youth here but 4 of us. Why do you guys plan these meetings, rhetorical question before you interrupt me, why do you guys plan these meetings to be around the time that I have class? I had to get an early dismissal to get here to fight for these schools. I don't understand how many times students had to vouch for you guys. How many times students have to vouch that our programs need to be here? How many times do you have to vouch that there is 5 new police officers at Excel when there's only around 2 guidance counselors? How many times I have to tell you that my guidance counselor is only 2 days of the week, and that one day I'm feeling suicidal, I can't go to anyone? How many times do we have to tell you this repeatedly and repeatedly? How many times does Tito Jackson himself have to tell you, what are you guys doing? How many times does Brian Foster, Gabby Pereira, Luis Navarro, Ian Swirly, and myself have to go on this podium and talk to you guys? And this is my first time talking to you guys, but there's been multiple times I go at those walkouts and preach what I scream. Well, yeah, preach what I scream. Overall, as I'm saying, all these schools are hurting, losing their budgets and losing their programs. I know multiple friends who are telling me, if Southie gets closed down, I'm dropping out. How many times my friend told me, if I'm not doing football, I'm probably going on the street again. I'm going to join that gang again. You guys have to understand, you guys are playing with our lives in this room without us in here to fight for ourselves. I yield the rest of my time. Have a great day.
Thank you. Thank you all today. Yes, Councilor Campbell.
I apologize, and I know we have to move on, but I'm sorry, I can't sit here and let what just happened and not say something for the record, particularly because one of our colleagues was mentioned. I want to thank the students and the parent who came to testify today. I want to tell you that all of us listen. I know I'm a product of Boston Public Schools. I went to 5 of them. My father was born in Roxbury in 1933. He also went to BPS schools. We do our best to get out of this building to visitor schools in our district, our respective districts, to listen to our students. It is extremely important that we bring the perspective of our youth into these hearings. So over the course of the year, we started budget hearings last week on Monday. Over the course of the year, we're spending time in our individual schools to hear their concerns, to do what with that? To bring it back to these hearings because we know our students have to be in class. The parent that spoke, I know her well. I followed her, I listened to her when it came to the Mattahunt School. Because of her and many others, I actually stood with parents with respect to the Mattahunt. But I will say this, to come into a body like this, we want to hear from you. We want to hear everything you have to say. And we hear best when we don't swear at each other. We hear best when we don't yell at each other. There's a way in which to deliver your message with passion, integrity, and energy, but in a respectful tone. I heard you. I feel some of your pain, not all of it, because obviously I don't stand in your shoes. And I'm glad that you respect our colleague, Councilor Jackson. But I hope he too will echo that when you come into a chamber like this, there's a way in which you should deliver your message and carry yourself. That is extremely important. And I had to say that for the record, because most of the people sitting in these rooms are adults. You don't have to like us, but we respect you when you stand up to that podium. I listen to you. We will continue to listen to you after this hearing. And I thank you for participating in this hearing. But it's extremely important that you understand that we respect you. We also deserve the same. But I thank you for coming. Thank you for participating. Thank you, Councilor Siomo, for allowing me 30 seconds or a minute to say that.
And since our colleague was mentioned, I'll let him
Well, so
wrap it
first,
up.
I want to thank the young people for coming, and I think it does speak to the fact that these hearings should not be during the day. We should have an opportunity to have these conversations when we have expert testimony of young people who are actually in our schools and who can be part of this process. And in addition, most of the parents in the Boston Public Schools also work. So I think it is critical that we have hearings and meetings at times that are not only convenient to us, but also that are convenient to people, the people that we serve. In our roles. And I want to thank folks for their testimony and the willingness to actually do what needs to be done to get their voice heard on the record. Thank you very much.
And I just want to clarify, we've had several hearings at night in my tenure, and we've monitored the attendance, and it was probably about as many as these folks here today. I would also want to mention that the school committee reviews the budget and has a series of hearings at night as well for people to weigh in on. So with that, we have a rigorous schedule for the rest of the day. I'm going to adjourn this hearing for about 15 minutes, and we'll reconvene for the budget's portion of the BPS hearing today. Means and the Allston Brighton District City Councilor. Today is Monday, May 1st. We are here with the Boston Public School Department to discuss individual school budgets as they relate to the overall fiscal year 18 Boston Public School Department budget. I'd like to remind folks that this hearing is being both broadcast live and recorded on RCN Channel 82 as well as Comcast Channel 8. I'd ask folks in the chamber to silence their electronic devices, and we will take public testimony at the conclusion of the question and answer period with the counselors. There's a sign-in sheet to my left by the door. We ask that you state your name, affiliation, and residence. We are here to discuss dockets 0536 through 0538. Orders for the fiscal year 18 operating budget, including annual appropriations for departmental operations, annual appropriation for the school department, and appropriation for other post-employment benefits, as well as dockets 0539 through 0543, capital budget appropriations, including loan orders and lease purchase agreements. I'm going to introduce my colleagues in order of their arrival. To my immediate left, the Vice Chairman of Education, Councilor Anissa Sabi George. To my far left, District City Councilor Andrea Campbell. District City Councilor Tim McCarthy. To my right, Councilor Matt O'Malley. Back to my left, Council President Michelle Wu. Also on my left, District City Councilor Josh Zakum, and to my far right, again, Councilor at Large Michael Flaherty, and to my immediate right, the Chairman of Education, Councilor Tito Jackson. And before I hand it over, I just wanted to address how it's difficult for us to schedule these hearings for my colleagues, and we want input from the public as much as possible, and we do get input throughout the year. This is an opportunity for my colleagues to give the feedback to the departments that they hear year in and year out throughout every year. We do our best to accommodate public testimony. We'll take it in any form it comes, whether it's an email, a letter, send in a tape, however you would wish to testify. We also, with the school department, as I mentioned earlier, have school committee hearings throughout the year. They're all at night. My colleagues and I have many demands on our time, especially at night with our own neighborhood meetings. So I just wanted to clarify that for the viewing public at least, that we do the best we can. We also have hearings in the neighborhood, which are also at night. So just wanted to let folks know who are viewing that we are open to all input at any time, not just at these hearings, but throughout our terms in office and whenever we're at community meetings or visiting schools, which we all do. So with that, I want to welcome Ellen and your team for the school budgets hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. I'm going to try to keep my remarks relatively brief because I know we're running a little behind schedule. I'm getting a good thumbs up. Before I start, I just want to acknowledge and thank, we have 8 of our instructional superintendents with us today. Thank you all for joining us. Our instructional superintendents are our supervisors for our principals. They've made time to be here today, so they're available to join us if we have questions about individual schools. So thank you all for being here. We have 8 of them. So there are 3 topics I'm going to touch on briefly. I'll remind you very high level about the FY18 proposal overall, talk about how we strive to fund schools equitably and transparently, and then talk specifically about how we support schools with declining enrollment. As I mentioned last week, Mayor Walsh's FY18 budget proposal includes a projected $40 million increase for BPS. The total appropriation would be $1,061 million before collective bargaining and $1,081 million after collective bargaining. We set out to design the FY18 proposal with two very large financial priorities. The first, to fund a major investment in extending the school day. We talked about that with you this morning at over $14 million. And also to do that while maintaining our current school funding formulas, known as WSF. And I'm proud to say that we accomplished both objectives. In fact, we went even further than that. On page 4, you can see a list of all of the investments that are part of the FY18 budget proposal. This is a carefully reviewed and considered list that we hope continues us on our path in our effort to close opportunity and achievement gaps. So let's talk about how we fund schools. I'm turning to page 6. And I'm afraid I need to mention there's one small typo on this page. It says school budgets are increasing $22 million. The number should read $25 million. So overall, our general funds going to schools are rising by about $25 million next year. The biggest driver of that increase is indeed ELT, but there are a number of other things as well. New dollars you heard us talk about to support students experiencing homelessness, more money for vocational education, increases to support students experiencing poverty. In terms of staff, we expect the number of teachers in our schools to be roughly even next year versus where they are this year. We continue to see a slight shift over time towards having more special education teachers and fewer general education teachers as we move towards more inclusion classrooms. Take for a moment what we call an all funds approach, which includes both the general fund dollars from the city as well as external funds. With this lens, we have over $700 million that go directly to schools. By far the biggest source of dollars that go directly to schools is the $483 million that is part of WSF, but it is not the only source of funds. And you'll see here on this page, page 7, the other major sources of school funding. In the interest of time, I'm not going to go through all the details here, but I'm happy to answer questions. We are very proud about how transparent we are about every dollar that goes to a school and why. On page 8, you can see a sample printout of what an allocation looks like for a school. Here we have the Lila Frederick Middle School. So every school community, every school leader can see this for their own school. You'll see the base allocation, which you hear us refer to as WSF. It is by far the largest allocation for a school, but there are other rules-based allocations. A school gets a nurse or a COSIS. There could be programmatic allocations for things like SLIFE programs or early childhood programs, and then the school typically will also be receiving external grants. So we'll focus a little bit on WSF, but I just want you to keep in mind that while WSF is the largest source of funds, it is not the only. So you may occasionally hear our team go back and forth between talking about WSF versus the total school budget, and that's why. We continue to believe strongly that weighted student funding is the best way to distribute dollars to schools. It is equitable. We allocate similar funding levels to students with similar characteristics, no matter where they go to school. It is transparent, as I just said on the previous page. We can tell our community about every dollar that's going to every school and why. It also allows us to empower schools, school leaders, school site councils, those who are closest to the kids in that specific school to design a school program that is best for their individual community. And lastly, it enables school choice. It allows parents to have a voice in where their student attends school so that dollars can follow them. I want to give a very brief overview of how WSF works. At its most basic, it is a simple formula where we take $1 per pupil, we multiply it by the number of students, and then we get a school budget. How do we come up with the dollars per pupil? Well, we look at the staffing guidelines, class size ratios and collective bargaining agreements, and then additional weights for other student needs, such as poverty or at-risk students. And then we multiply it by the number of students who we expect to be there in the fall. You'll hear schools talk about their projections. Of course, this is a critical exercise for us to go through. We've really invested over the last 12 months to get this right. We look at a whole lot of data. We look at demand from families, historic trends for the district overall and for each school, and most importantly, we review in detail every projection with every school leader and incorporate their feedback. To help you understand how WSF works, we've put together this attached simplified example of a third grade classroom. I'm on page 11. So when a classroom's 100% full, every student, every seat is full and every student brings dollars with them from WSF. The formula then generates additional dollars. In this case, it's about $25,000, which the school leader can help decide how to spend that on discretionary things beyond the core classroom. This is where a lot of the supports and enrichment might come from. The break-even point for this classroom is at about 87% full. The classroom can still have 4 empty seats, and the core instruction can be paid for. And where we run into challenges is when we have classrooms that are half full, and in which case the classroom itself is running at a deficit. Now, I want to be crystal clear. We always ensure that every school has the core classroom instructional needs. So we guarantee that that happens, and we do have a few schools who get sustainability allocations for that reason. In the interest of time, I'm going to jump ahead and let you know that in here is some additional detail on the other weights that we provide to schools, such as poverty, ELL, special education, and that we do have schools whose budgets can shift for other reasons outside of WSF. If they have changing enrollment, their school budgets would change. And also we have autonomous schools who have elected to pay their teachers on actual salaries rather than average salaries. And they could feel a change in their budget as well if they have a teaching force that is moving on in our BTU salary schedule. During our public process with the school committee, issues were raised both by school committee members as well as members of our public about how we are supporting schools with declining enrollment. In response, we did a fairly comprehensive analysis of schools that were losing enrollment, and particularly those who are lower performing. And I want to share some of the highlights of that with you now. In the next school year, we expect 600 more students to attend level 1 and 2 schools. This is an exciting fact, an expression of responding to family choice in our system. We're also pleased that the vast majority of our students, almost 80%, are in schools with stable or increasing budgets. However, we do have 15 schools which are low level 3, level 4, or level 5 schools, those are the lower designations from DESE, where budgets are declining. Already today, we have a series of fairly substantial supports in place to support those schools. In fact, those supports add up to over $15 million. But because of concerns that were raised specifically about these groups of schools, we adjusted our original proposal to add a $1.25 million reserve specifically to support lower performing schools who could be facing declining enrollment. I'll share now a little bit more of the data behind some of the stats I just referenced. Here on page 18, on the graph on the left, you can see the breakdown of our students, our projected students, by the category of school budget change. So the gray portion at the top are the students who are at schools with declining budgets. And on the right, you can see how our enrollment patterns are changing by DESE level. Again, in response to family demand, we have more students who will attend level 1 and 2 schools, our higher performing schools, next year. We carefully examined the resources available to those schools who do have declining enrollment. So you'll see here on page 19, we looked, for instance, at the per pupil spending for those schools. That figure at almost $10,000 is actually highest in our schools that have declining budgets. And in fact, their student to FTE ratio will improve next year. This year they have on average 8.2 students per teacher, and next year it will be 7.9. So this analysis gave us some confidence significant resources are indeed in place at those schools. We then look carefully at the 15 schools. How much money are they losing and where is it coming from? In sum, about $4 million cumulatively was lost at the 15 schools with declining enrollment. We looked at what changes were made to the school budgets. About 75% of the change of that $4 million, or roughly $3 million, was from reducing classroom capacity because they would be serving fewer students. And about a quarter of it was for supports outside the core classroom teaching. And that is our area of concern and the area of focus for our newly created reserve. I mentioned that we have a series of supports in place for these schools, even before the new reserve that we had created this year. A list of those supports is included here on page 21. And lastly, I just wanted to close by reminding the council of something we talked about last week. We are very proud this year to have done a very thorough equity analysis. The slides I've shared with you today are just a sample of it. And I wanted to also remind the council that we did an equity analysis of every dollar of new investment that was going to a school. What was the breakdown of the students served at that school? And the equity analysis is shared on page 22 and confirms that our new investments are disproportionately going to serve historically underserved populations. You're probably tiring of hearing me say this. We strive so hard to be transparent in where dollars go. We put all of the detail up on our website, and we encourage those watching from home or in the public to go check it out for more information. With that, we're delighted to take questions.
Thank you. I want to start just by an info request, and then I'm going to pass it along. To provide context to the entire school department budget, can you give me this year's percentage of the operational and the external and probably the transportation, because I think they may be separate, the percentage that our personnel, benefits, basically staff-related costs of the 1.061 budget, as well as what the external funds are and how that's broken out, and maybe a 5-year historical illustration, if you will.
Yeah, and I can tell you that for the current budget proposal, on the salary line, we have $691.8 million in salaries, 144.1 million in benefits. This is on the general fund side. That's a total of 835 million going directly to staffing costs. That is roughly 79% of our overall budget. We also have 21.8 million in reserve. Most of our reserves are set aside for things like ELT, or we have some students held in reserve that we plan to allocate out as we see where students enroll. So I would actually include that in our estimated personnel spendings. That brings our total up to 857.8 million overall, or almost 81% of our FY18 budget proposal going directly to staffing costs and benefits.
And that's all funds.
That was just city funds, the general fund budget.
Operational, right.
I could do the breakdown for you. We'll get you the 5-year look.
Yeah, and just a simple spreadsheet would, just to get a historical perspective of, what percentage is about staff, right?
Yep, we'd be happy to.
And to your point about the transportation spending, the bulk of our transportation spending is through a contract, that the personnel cost of bus drivers is actually in a contracts line, so that wouldn't be included in this. Driver's wages would not be included in the numbers I just read to you.
So just to clarify, the 1.061 billion, about 110 million, I believe, is in a transportation line. So if we take that out, the 857 million staff, benefits, et cetera, actually would bring it above 80%.
Yeah, and we wouldn't take the full 110 million because there are costs in the transportation department that are in personnel lines. For instance, our transportation staff that's in central office and our transportation monitors, bus monitors, and safety monitors are also in our budget. But the driver's wages costs are included in our contract fund.
Okay.
That's
So
the
maybe
part
in
that you
all
might-
funds, historical.
Happy to.
Go ahead.
Counselor, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I just realized I was remiss in not introducing those of us who are at the table. So I apologize for that. Do you mind if I do that now?
Not at all.
Okay, so we're joined today by Michelle Shannon, who's our Chief of Schools. Monica Roberts. Monica, can you remind me your official title?
Assistant Superintendent of Engagement.
Thank you. Monica helps oversee our assignment process. Nate Cooter, our Deputy CFO. My name's Eleanor Lawrence. I'm the CFO of the Boston Public Schools, and I'm joined by David Bloom on my left, our Budget Director. Apologies for that.
No problem. Let me now recognize that large City Councilor Denise Savi-George.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for being here today. With the weighted student formula or funding model, it's so important that we maximize enrollment in all of our schools. Can any of you speak to which schools are enrolled at capacity at full utilization, and then also which classrooms are at full utilization, or what the percentage of utilization is?
Can I take this one? We noted that you had asked the same question last week. I apologize, we haven't gotten you the answer yet. This year, we created a new way of tracking the data, so we are prepping a file to share with you. It's not quite ready, but we're working on it.
Okay.
It's a huge amount of
It's-
data because we have it at for every school.
I'm sure that it is an enormous amount of data, and one of the things that answer would help us get to is really uncovering what schools need help. And I think that we know that because we can tell which budgets are declining. So if we could talk a little bit about maybe how many schools have had multiple years of declining budgeting, which would lead to declining enrollment. And if we could have a better, have we then said, okay, these are the 10 schools that are a priority because they've had multiple years of declining funding. So what can we do as a district to respond to those schools and fulfill, the gaps or the needs, or really change the way we do business so that it is fully utilized?
I'll let David answer that in just a sec about the schools who've had multiple years of declining enrollment. I just want to note, when I shared that visual about the 3 theoretical classrooms, one of the points that we were trying to make is that having more students at your school is not always financially better. The goal that we have as we work with schools is to respond to the way they want to set up their program, and that we help them fill the classrooms that they want to have. A school can be smaller, but be richer. And so that's what we try so hard to partner with schools to achieve. So we'd be happy to share the top line of.
No, I absolutely agree that it is
Yeah.
important to not just fill the seats, but to fill them appropriately.
Yeah.
But then if we have to continually underfund a particular school, then we're not
Yes.
doing something right. So
I
we have
agree.
to unpack all of those pieces.
I would say our highest priority schools are not necessarily the schools with declining enrollment exactly tracking, because at some of those schools, things may be changing about the way the school is structured so that to Eleanor's point, they still do have discretionary funding. They're able to keep their classrooms full. Maybe their orientation is changing a little bit. Maybe their enrollment is declining because they're moving towards smaller class sizes for inclusion or something else like that. I would say our priority area schools are schools on sustainability allocations. Really what that means is those schools are fundamentally not able to fund the basic services required on their own, and so we have to provide stopgap funding for those. Our goal is to have 0 schools on sustainability allocations.
So how many do we have right now on sustainability?
There are 10.
There are 10 schools, and how long have they been either receiving this type of allocation, the soft landing funding, whatever we want to call it, because I know
Sure.
we call it a few different
Sure,
things?
yeah.
How many of those 10 schools, how many have done it for multiple years?
4 of the schools are new this year, and 6 of them are repeating.
And then within the 6, how many have been more than 2 years?
I would have to go back and double check.
Are there some that have been more than 2 years?
It's possible. I would have to go confirm.
I
I'm not
understand
sure.
that my own children's school, the Perry School in South Boston, is constantly under-enrolled, not for a lack of desire, but for a problem with the assignment process. So I think they've had multiple years.
It's possible. I would
of
just have to go
receive-
double
right.
check. those.
So whatever school it is, what process do we then do? What do we do to make sure that that school gets
Yeah.
out of that situation, out of that status? So it can be not just, and this comes back to it's a financial responsibility, but when a school is under-enrolled and then underfunded, there is a large population of students that don't have access to some great things that are happening there. And that happens at my kid's school, the Perry. It's a fantastic school that is consistently under-enrolled because we have a problem with the assignment process. There are so many kids that are missing the opportunity my 4 children have at that school because the assignment system's broken.
So I know Nate spoke last week a little bit to what happens at the Perry, and I'll let him speak to that again in a second.
And it
if
could
he
be the
wants to.
Perry specifically, but this
Yeah.
is happening in maybe
Yeah.
6 schools,
So-
up to 10 schools.
I would say there may be more schools like the Perry that have assignment issues, but there are also schools on this list where they're struggling with configuration, and as demand for schooling in the neighborhood has changed, they may not look like the Perry, where at a given school there may be only be one classroom, and that one classroom isn't full. There are some schools on this list that maybe have 2 classrooms, but only 1.5 are full. And there may be, in some cases, there are 2 of them that are nearby, or the programming is overlapping. And so one of the things we're looking at is how can we work with groups of schools who are in the similar neighborhood to make sure that we've created a coherent set of programming and configuration that works for that neighborhood and the families that are choosing within that neighborhood, so that all of the schools have discretionary spending, are getting to choose their own thing instead of relying on the district for sustainability.
Well, I think it would be nice to have discretionary funding, but it would be nice to at least break even, to at least get to a point where the school is supporting itself. Never mind the discretionary funds. I mean, that would also be fantastic, but we need to first get to this other point.
I agree with you completely, and from my perspective, because I am in most of the 125 budget meetings that happen in January, I would love to not be in one that has to do with sustainability allocations, because those meetings are not as much fun as the ones where we're helping schools plan their discretionary spending.
Now, talk a little bit to for example, the BCLA is another example at the other end. So I just mentioned an elementary school that has been capped. So we're capping enrollment at some schools, but then there's also extensive wait lists for those schools. It seems like we've got an imbalance. And I often think we've got this financial requirement to fund these schools, but we also have like a customer service requirement to fulfill the desires of families and students. But Nate, thank you.
Yeah, I think that, and that part of the partnership that we did with enrollment projections this year was to start earlier in working with schools to understand what their ideal size is, and in particular with schools like BCLA or ACC, some of the schools that have had recent challenges with enrollment. We want to understand what's the incoming cohort size that they're looking for, so that we can help design them. And I think one of the challenges that happens with some of our autonomous schools where they have control over the admissions is if they're not admitting enough students and their cohorts go down, we're going to project them to be at the smaller size. And so we wanted to understand from them, okay, how many students can you serve ideally? And so the capping that happens is either because of physical space constraints, that we literally don't have any more space, or it's in a conversation with the school leader about what is their model and their ideal school size, so that they can provide the model that they have at that size. And so with those 2 factors in mind, we will try and project and work with schools to get to their actual size when doing the projections and actually doing the assignment.
Well, I understand the BCLA, and this is, we talk about sort of the best practice for a school. We talk about the physical environment that the school has, but then there's also sort of a political debate that happens within a school community, especially when I think it's the BCLA shares space with another school, and there's a lot of, I think, I certainly don't know this firsthand, but I think there's some conflict between which school gets to take which space, and that physically constrains the growth of a school. But when you have a school like BCLA, and I'm using that as my example, that does have high graduation rates, why can't we get more kids into that building to really benefit from that experience?
I will say that when we were putting together the 9th grade projections, and I keep talking about 9th grade projections for high schools because that's usually the grade where we get the most new selections, and it's also the grade that we start to design for and having cohorts move throughout. When it comes to BCLA and the new mission expansion 7 to 12, the 9th grade class size was not capped in consideration of the 7th through 12 size. The 9th grade size was capped at conversation with the school about what their design was for their school. So while there could be situations where schools will come and say, I can't grow to something because I'm sharing space, in that case with the 9th grade conversation, it wasn't capped in that way.
Okay, that's it for me for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Siomo, and thank you guys for being here, and thank you for your presentation, Eleanor. Just picking up on some questions, a line of questioning that Counselor Asabi George asked. Can we get a list of the schools that currently have wait lists?
We can provide a list of schools that have wait lists. We will also share with that just kind of how our wait lists are working.
Okay.
Our wait lists do not reflect unique students. In fact, most of them, if you look at them, might look overinflated because students are on multiple wait lists. We will have one that really reflects unique students and their interests after June 18th, but we'll get you one as of today. It changes from day to day depending on how families are shifting and seats are opening up.
Okay, thank you, Monica. I think what would be helpful is just to know which schools have wait lists. Are these lists maintained somewhere? And if so, is that information available to the public?
So the lists are maintained by my office. Families are able to contact us in regards to where they are in the wait list and how many are in front of them. We are currently working on providing a portal through which families will be able to access and continue to monitor where they are in the wait list. The lists are not published on the website because of the frequency of change.
Okay, but I imagine there are some schools that always have a wait list.
There are some schools that are highly chosen and are more likely to have a wait list, yes.
Is it possible to make those schools available publicly so people have a sense of what schools in the district continually have wait lists? Of course, without revealing who's on the wait list, but just in general? Because that's a question we get often, particularly many of us probably know what those schools are, but it would be nice to be able to refer constituents to a centralized place somewhere to be able to see that information. And then if they have specific questions for a school that's not listed, of course, they can always call or follow up.
Okay, we'll take that back.
And then my last question on sort of the wait list piece is, schools that there are some schools in the district that have wait lists but have open seats. Can you explain why that's the case? Because that is a big concern among constituents, particularly those who get assigned to a school, frankly, that they don't want to send their child to, and would prefer to send their child to another school where they know there might be open seats, but they're waitlisted. How do we move students off the wait list into those seats? How quickly do we do that? And why is it that schools with open seats have wait lists in the first place?
So generally, if a school has open seats and there's a wait list, it's because the seats that are available are for a grade for which there aren't students seeking entrance. So K2 often will have a high wait list, but we might have first grade seats, for example. So it'll show that their seats are open in first grade, even though the school has a wait list. The wait list might be for K2. So I think one of the things that we can do to help families better understand is understand where there are actually open seats versus where there aren't. So that's one of the common places where you'll see that. Also, in terms of our processing the wait list, currently we make calls to families as seats become available based on where they are on the list. So the first person in line gets the first call. If they choose to decline, we then move down the line. We have to provide families 24 hours to accept or decline that seat. So it's quite a process. This year, we are moving to a new process as of June 18th. Families will move to their highest ranked wait list, so they will be on one wait list. This will allow us to reflect the actual highest choice that a family would like to have in terms of the school they're on, the school whose wait list they would really like to be on. We often find that families might be on multiple wait lists, but when we call them for a seat for one of them, they decline because they really just want one, or they decide that they're happy with the school they're in and they're not interested unless it's this one, but they don't opt out, so they don't contact us to say, come off the wait list. So we are in addition, because we have to make those calls, if we have a new student who comes in, even though a seat becomes available, we prioritize the wait list calls over that student who becomes available, so that will be an additional shift. A new student coming in who does not have a seat would get placed over a student on a wait list. And then families would be asked to stay on one wait list and identify the school that they most want to be able to get into.
So on June 18th, the district's going to be proactively reaching out to families to find out, are you still interested in being on this wait list? Have you, or could we, are you only interested in one particular school as a way to free up that wait list and frankly get to the person who really is interested in coming to that school?
So as families are getting their assignments now, on their assignment
Mhm.
notice, they are being notified that they will automatically move to one wait list as of June 18th, and it will be their highest ranked wait list. We're asking them if they would like to change their their order of ranking
Mhm.
on wait list, that they will contact us.
And you're
that's
doing this via mail?
via mail, yes. And I think some families are opting to get information via email, and we're sending it out in the languages.
So are there some families who obviously have special language preference? I'm assuming some families may even say we prefer a phone call versus email or mail. You're reaching out to them in those ways too, because I always find it's really challenging, obviously, to reach families. And I imagine come June 19th, we'll be hearing from folks saying they moved me and I didn't know. So it's good to know. But I'm curious, you do the outreach based on the preferences the family articulates to you.
Yes.
Okay. Do I have okay, so I'll save my questions for the next round. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. While we're on the wait list, we got you on the hot seat, so I might as well stay on that line. So I'm understanding now that the BPS has gotten rid of the wait list carryover altogether. Is that true?
So in general, families, Bobby can correct me if I'm right, for grades 1 and above go through November. For kindergarten, we generally continue to have families on a wait list through the end of January. And after January, the wait list goes away. For this coming school year, the wait list will end, still end of November for grades 1 to 12. K2 will continue to stay until the end of January.
Okay, so every year so now we don't have a carryover, so there's a new wait list every year.
Yes, it refreshes each year, and that's not actually
And when was
new.
that decision made, and why do we think that's fair? And the reason I ask is because I have families in my district who've been waiting for 3-4 years. They send their kids to a private school, they're sucking it up, they're writing the checks, they're waiting to get into the school that is across the street. They get down to number 3 on the wait list, and they're thinking next year's the year, and now we're finding out that next year's not the year, because next year you could be 69 on the list.
So the wait lists actually have been resetting for several years now. This is not a new process. I think perhaps it has not been as widely shared with families, and we're working on how we communicate the wait list process with families.
Because I know that people are looking to see where they are on that list. And then, okay, so I'm a little disappointed to hear that we don't have a list. It doesn't make a lot of sense for people in my neighborhood. And as I opened up my statement 2 BPS hearings ago, this is the biggest issue. It's not really the quality. We have some great schools. I was at the Bates School Saturday, and they raised over $5,000. I was the auctioneer. The place was jammed. Parents and kids. It was fantastic. We've got great schools. The problem is the person who lives across the street from the Bates has to go to East Boston for school or wherever. That's the problem. And we also have inclusion seats that are available, but no inclusion students to fill those seats. So we leave those seats empty, and that doesn't make any sense to me. Can we address that?
On the inclusion side, at the start of the process, we project the number of students we anticipate to serve at an inclusion setting at the peak point throughout the year. So we need to anticipate and hold seats available for kids who may not be identified as needing an inclusion classroom at the start of the school year, but who will be identified and moved into those classrooms when their IEP is written. So we may project 4 or 5 students to be in each of the classrooms at, say, the Roosevelt. At the beginning of the year, there may be a number of classrooms or a number of seats that are open in September, but by the end of the school year, they will be filled. And the reason is that we have basically when a student's IEP is signed, we have a time when we have to be able to offer that seat, and we can't at that point in the process go and create new inclusion seats, new inclusion classrooms. So we look holistically and say to the school, anticipate this many kids throughout the year, design your program to serve these kids, and then those students come in throughout the year. So it may look empty if you checked in November, but it'll be full when you check again in June.
When I check again in June at the end of the year?
Yeah, at the end of
The
the
end
year.
of the
or
school year?
At some point in the year, yeah.
Okay, yeah, okay, I'm not finding that to be the case, but I'll follow up with that. And then on page 18, my last question, the chart to the left with the budget increases and decreases. So it looks like about 22% of the classes are going to have, 22% of the schools are going to see some decrease of 1%-ish or more, right? Do we know how many of those schools are level ones and twos that are losing money? And the reason why I'm not trying to set you up here, the reason why I asked that line of questioning is I feel like every time we get a level 1 or 2, they're the first to get plucked of resources to help a 4 or 5. So the schools continue to do this. We're up to 1. If you catch it right, you might catch a 1 or a 2 for 4 or 5 years, but just hold on because they're going to take the music teacher and move that to a 5, and then next thing you know, you're starting to sink down. So if I can get that, if you probably don't have top of your head, but I'd love to know how many level 1s and 2s in the top two, in that 22%.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Counselor Wu.
Thank you. Thank you again for being with us. Could you all just explain a little bit the new enrollment tracking system and how that has worked, especially with timelines for projections for coming school years in terms of classroom enrollment and how full different schools are?
I'm sure you're asking about the enrollment projection process for this year, going through it?
I just remember in previous budget years, we've always talked about the fact that there was no way to know on any given day how many students were sitting in which classrooms, and that there would be new technology this year to change that. Is that the case?
Yes. So our projections process newly came under the finance office over last summer. Nate's been overseeing that process, and we've tried to really overhaul the process. Nate and his team have infused a huge amount of historic data analysis. We created individualized reports for every single school that we sent to them in October and November that showed very detailed by many different subgroups their historic enrollment patterns and demand. Nate, feel free to jump in if I'm...
No, and I apologize for looking at you a little bit blankly at the start of the question. I think we've done, the gap that we've had in our data is being able to look classroom by classroom at the school level. We've put new systems in place, new data collection protocols in place to be able to get that information. There isn't a new fancy software system that we're using. I think what we've tried to do this year is twofold. One, improve the historical data that we're relying on for doing projections so that for any given school, we can pull up 5-year enrollment trends by grade and by program and not just see what their October enrollment is, which in some program types, October enrollment is our peak, it's our highest. In some program types, our peak doesn't come until June. So we want to be able to look when we're projecting and say, you know, for an early childhood special education classroom, we need to project towards a March high water mark is what we call it, the total peak students we're going to enroll. But for general education students, we need to project to an October enrollment. And so we're looking by school at these high water marks to be able to come up with overall what's the capacity we need to be able to have in the district to serve a changing student population throughout the school year. And so another big part of this was being much more transparent and collaborative with school leaders and providing that data, because we feel very strongly that when the people who are closest to the students have the data that they need, that they provide the best interpretation of the data that we have about what's happening with their schools. And so we partner very closely to design the projections with school leaders.
And one thing I'll add to that is that some of the data you might have heard us say that we didn't have a year ago was that we didn't have good data at a classroom level. This is the same thing that Counselor Asabi George was asking about the capacity and utilization of every single classroom in our city. We have that data now. It's not perfect, and it's just a very large data set that's very manually created. And so we're just doing a little bit of cleaning of that before it's ready to be shared, and we'll share that as soon as we can.
So just to clarify, are you basing enrollment projections on potentially numbers at different times of the year for different classrooms?
Yes. So all of the data, the baseline data that's pulled is always an October snapshot. It's the latest data that's available on current enrollment. The what we call cohort growth rate. So it's if I take a 9th grade at Brighton High School this year, I need to project how many 10th graders I'm going to have at Brighton High School next year. The rates that we apply are dependent on the school, the program type, and the time of year that we're projecting for. And so different language groups have different times of year when they have peak enrollments, and different programs have different peaks. Special education groups, certain special education groups will increase throughout the year. Others will have our peak enrollment in October and see it either stay steady or decline throughout the year. So it really depends on the student population we're trying to project for.
But does that mean then that certain classrooms won't know if they've hit their mark until much later than others?
Right. So when I'm going to do the test next year on how accurate our projections were, we'll know a subset of how accurate we were in October, and a subset we won't know until June.
But either way, they'll receive the funding as projected at the beginning of the year, and that doesn't change even if by March they don't end up hitting their later projection.
Next year, we are implementing district-wide enrollment reconciliations, but when we do that, we will take into account the student growth, the anticipated growth throughout the year when we do make adjustments. And the idea is that if schools receive more students, we want to be able to give them more funding to serve the students. Because right now, we project you for 100 kids. If 110 show up, there's no additional funding that flows your way, and we want to be able to change that concept. And so next year will be the first district-wide enrollment reconciliation.
Okay. And can you just talk a little bit about what the new data collection protocol are for classroom level utilization?
We're both jumping excitement for that question. So we hold what we call budget collaboratives, which are individual meetings with different schools after they submit their budget. This year, one of the things that we did with each of the schools, K-8, was sit down and build a classroom model to say to them, okay, list out for me all of your teachers, what classes they're going to be serving, and what classes they're going to be in, and how many students are in each of those classrooms. And it's literally an Excel tool that they say, okay, I have one grade 1 general education classroom that can serve 22 kids. And then the teacher PC number, the position number is this. And then I have one grade 1 special education separate classroom that can serve 12 students. And they build out their entire school in that way. We're then able to take that data and match it to their projections to do our initial analysis of how full we're projected to be, where we have underutilized space, and build that data set as a district so that you can look across and say, okay, how many general education first grade classrooms do we have district-wide, and how full are they projected?
But are you able now to know on any given day how many, in terms of attendance, and how many bodies are in each classroom?
We have not gotten to the point yet where we're pulling actual attendance data and matching it to that. Right now, we're working mostly with the projections and how full we're designed to be, as opposed to then taking the data of actual enrollment and say how many kids are actually enrolled in this school. And then you're asking the next question, which we definitely haven't gotten to yet, which is how many kids were in this classroom yesterday, and how many times is, say, my son's K1 classroom full on any given day. We don't have that data yet. Though a teacher could easily pull the data, or a school could easily pull the data on any homeroom and see how many kids are in it on any given day. We certainly have that capability from an operational perspective, but linking it to our utilization and capacity data from a system design perspective, we haven't done.
Okay, and last question. So just, sorry, going back to the next year's first ever district-wide reconciliations process, you mentioned that this is designed to address the fact that schools currently don't get additional money when they're above enrollment. Do you anticipate that that will also include shifting if the later projections, if the reality is that classrooms are not as full as projected?
It's possible. We hope that's not the case. We're actually running some preliminary numbers now based on our assignment to date, and are going to begin proactively reaching out to those schools now so we can problem solve with them either through the assignment process or through the staffing side.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hate to be repetitive, so I'll start by saying that I think that the weighted student funding formula makes a lot of sense. It's tremendously, I think virtually all of us would agree that it is a far preferable system in place to have the money follow the kids as opposed to just the school site budgeting, which we used to do when I was first elected. So I do think that there's merit to it. I know there have been some kinks that have been worked out. But much like ELT, there's also some unintended consequences that can happen, not the least of which is that if a school is chronically underchosen or have issues, then you're going to see less resources go there, and it's almost like the kids that are there are going to make it, it'll be harder and harder. And I know there are some safeguards we have, and we appreciate that. But I just wanted to begin by getting to the number. And first, I wanted to thank a friend and a constituent of mine named Kristen Johnson, who is a BPS parent and a great warrior, and she's written extensively on this and has done some really great work that I've read. And she's dove deep into the budget and has come up with about 49 or 48 schools with cuts. And you're saying today that there's 15.
So there are two different, I believe, not looking at Ms. Johnson's analysis, I believe the 49 is if you look exclusively on at WSF.
Okay.
As I mentioned on that slide where I said there's over north of $700 million of funding that goes to schools, we think it makes more sense to look at the total package of dollars that are going to a school, not just a subset of them. And so when you look at the total number, it's 96 schools have budgets that are going up. The 15 schools that I focused on were those that have declining budgets and are among our lower performing schools. So those 15 schools are a subset of the schools that are losing money and the ones that we're particularly focused on supporting. Does that
So-
answer your question, Counselor?
Kind of, and I'm not trying to be a gotcha, I'm
No,
just
go
trying
ahead,
to figure
yeah.
this out. So the 15 is a subset, but what is that not the actual number?
So there are probably about, there are 126 schools,
So
90,
126 schools, 96 increasing would be 30 going down. It's just this, the rest of them are higher performing level 3s, level 1 or level 2.
So it's 30 going down.
so the 30 is a rough number. If you, it would be plus or minus
Okay.
if you, we have to check the 30.
Okay.
But almost 80% of our students would be attending schools whose budgets are flat or going up.
Quick example.
Yeah, go ahead.
So just a quick example to help, because this was an example that's come up a couple times. The Winship School in Alston Brighton is a school that my guess is reviewed. One of our public documents is a list of all the schools and weighted student funding. And on that list, if you were to look only at that list of weighted student funding schools, you would look at the Winship, which has a enrollment decline of about 5%, and see that their weighted student funding has decreased correspondingly. And you would say, therefore, that school is receiving a budget cut. But actually, if you look at their actual budget, what's actually happening at the school, their budget is increasing next year by about $100,000. And in this case, that's because the school is getting additional resources from the district to support that school. That school, for example, is one of our sustainability allocation schools. And through that sustainability allocation process and the needs determined at the school, their budget is actually increasing for next year.
Okay. And is all this information available online?
It is.
Yes.
Okay.
I do apologize. In our effort to be equitable, sometimes we make things confusing, but I just put back up that chart that was in our presentation. So WSF, the first line there is 483 million of the total 712 million that goes to schools. So I think sometimes in our focus on WSF, we've left off some of the other pieces. And
No,
that might have been
understood. And I think one thing, and to truly that this central office has done well, has provided soft landings and other mechanisms in place, and I'm hopeful that will continue, and maybe even there's some more ways we can get a little creative. So I appreciate that, but would still be would appreciate having as detailed sort of I know we've been provided us tomes of information in terms of the binders, but it'd be great for me to see just virtually everything and written in layman's terms, something similar to that. That we can see going forward, because I am concerned about some of all the schools on the list, but particularly those in the district that I represent. So then you talked about the 1.2 million reserve for declining enrollment. Is that reflected in the figure? The 1.3, maybe I wrote it down, the rule-based soft landings and sustainability allocations?
That is what that refers to, yes.
Okay, and so that has already been divvied up to the particular
It has not been allocated out to individual schools yet. We went through a application process where each school has said what they would do with different amounts of funding. Because to Eleanor's point earlier, some of the schools, their budget decline was largely about closing classrooms. And so the impact on their discretionary budget support services was minimal. For other schools, maybe sometimes even with a smaller cut, if they weren't able to close classrooms proportionally, they may have seen a bigger sort of decline in supplemental services. And so we're reviewing every school with our 8 instructional superintendents and are hoping to very shortly get information out to every school about how much money they will be getting.
Well, and that will occur before this body votes on the BPS budget, I assume.
Oh, well before.
Okay.
Well,
by the middle of May?
I would hope so. I'm hesitant to put a deadline on it, but I'm certainly trying to get it done. We're certainly trying. We're doing a review this week of every school's application, and I'm hopeful that it'll go out next week. I'm hesitant to publicly commit to a date.
Sure. No, understood.
All of the instructional superintendents are anxiously waiting this answer. You can tell they're enthusiastic about getting the
I'm
money
seeing
to
some people
schools.
leaning forward over there. Yeah.
Indeed. All right. Well, I will. I have more questions. I'll wait for the next round because I know folks have been waiting patiently. But again, I think that this gets to the heart of some of the concerns I have around this year's education budget. Quite frankly, how it will impact schools, particularly those schools that have seen decline in enrollment and may need a little extra support. So look forward to continuing to work with your team going forward, and hopefully we can address this. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Jackson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And I also want to give kudos to Councilor O'Malley's constituent, Kristen Johnson. I think in terms of a non-city budget analyst, actually, I think her numbers have been spot on since I have met her. So I would say, and I think it's significant, when we can't say WSF is what we grade everything on, and then we go back and say that's not what we grade everything on. So what I would say, and I want to say it for the record, 48 of the schools are losing funding with WSF. I'm sorry, all funds. And then on the Matahunt is obviously something different. And I would need a very clear and concise explanation of how that's not the case. And I think on the school site level, what we also need to look at on page 7, and I just want to make sure that I'm getting this correct, just that my math is correct. Last week I asked what the actual maintenance budget is, and so that still has not been extrapolated for us. So I'm going to attempt to do that on my own. On page 7, the change in weighted student formula, the $2.8 million increase there, and the change in benefits, which again you are the only department that counts benefits in your budget. It's unfair, and it means that we're not actually looking at the same thing when we look at police, fire, and public works. So I think that there's a change that should occur there that should centralize that. But if I'm understanding this correctly, the additional maintenance budget in this over $1 billion budget is $2.8 million plus $3 million, which means there's a $5.8 million net increase for maintenance budget. Please correct me if I'm wrong. And you used the word maintenance budget last week. So what I'm saying is this. I'm talking minus all of the new things that we're talking about. Help me understand what that actual number is, because as a council, what we're voting on are changes year over year. So if you toss in new things, that actually doesn't allow us to make a FY17 to FY18 comparison. Please help me understand if those are the numbers.
So just to clarify one part of that, you mentioned the $2.8 million in weighted student funding. One of the things that goes through weighted student funding is the vocational education weight.
Mm-hmm.
So it would depend a little bit on how you thought about So we list as one of our investments an investment in vocational programs. Now that investment goes through weighted student funding. So there is some overlap as you look at investments and you look at this list in particular, which includes all of the investments that are directed to school.
Okay. So can you get an actual, I don't know how you disaggregate that. So what is the total budget? 1.061?
Yes,
Okay.
excluding the collective bargaining.
Okay. So 1.0661 billion, right? And the question would be, and if you could help me out here, what is for your maintenance increase? What percentage of the budget is based on the maintenance increase? And I think that's significant for the council to know, because we then are voting on yes, new, but the question is underlying, and your new depends on what you're actually giving folks right now, right? So I think that's a critical piece, because what could get extracted, there are librarians from many high schools that I'm told are not going to be there. So I want to hear what percentage is your increase in the maintenance budget?
I apologize for asking for the clarification again, but at the beginning of your question, you ticked through some numbers. Would you mind saying those again? I want to make sure I'm following your question. I apologize.
Okay, so
You were talking about the 3
you
million.
guys have
and
you've given us a document that speaks about the aggregate increase this year,
yeah.
right? So what I'm trying to understand, year over year, you have programs here that are there's a $14 million of this is new funds
Yes.
for extended learning time.
Yes.
I need to remove that
Yes.
to understand what your maintenance budget is. The work that my colleague, Councilor Sabi George, has done around homelessness, I need to remove that because that doesn't exist.
Yes.
So I'm looking at year over year maintenance. And the reason why this is significant is because we are voting on an operating budget that we look at change year over
yes, sir.
year. So if you can disaggregate for me your maintenance budget,
Mm-hmm.
what is that? And help me understand, pulling out all of the new programming, what your maintenance budget increase represents as a percentage increase in the budget.
So I can talk through some of the numbers now. Tell me if this is helpful. So the total increase, including collective bargaining, would be 40 million, and excluding it would be 29.
But you can't include collective bargaining because you haven't actually collectively bargained the contract. So I think it's critical. We are voting on an operating budget. And I understand that you're putting money in the kitty. I get that. I actually wish those $20 million were actually put in the operating budget. And I know you're not allowed to say yes on this, but I'm sure you do too. So what I'm saying is we're voting on an operating budget. And so I need to know year over year, what is your change? So last year, $18 million, right? An $18 million increase was a 1.8% increase. That actually is really easy. I wish it was $18 million. It's not this year. So what I'm asking you is, what is your maintenance budget? And with that maintenance budget, what percentage increase of the total budget does that represent?
So starting at the 40 and working down, if you take out the collective bargaining, the total increase would be 40. The increase of 11 was in collective bargaining, so that would get you to 29. And then we have $20 million of proposed investments. So if you just take those right out, that would imply that about $9 million of the increase between FY17 and FY18 is going to just non-personnel increase of doing the same thing that we're doing this year. That are includes increased benefits, increased transportation, and we are making a series of taking a series of cost-saving measures at central office to offset the fact that costs are actually rising by a bit more than $9 million.
And what does 9 million represent in a $1.06 million budget?
8% or so? At 0.8%?
I think we need to move the decimal, right?
Yeah.
0.8%?
Right. So I think this is important, and I just want to, for the record, it is important that we know that the proposed increase year over year without new funding is 0.8%.
But,
And that, no, this is what I'm sorry, but it is important as counselors that we understand and we're comparing apples to apples, because what has been represented to us when you can't use collective bargaining, because we have to actually vote again on collective bargaining to move it out of the reserve. The chair does not allow us to green like that. He's very strict when it comes to that. So when it comes to I think it's important that the Boston City Council, as well as the public, understand, as you just noted, that this budget represents a 0.8% increase year over year in the maintenance budget.
I'm not sure why we would take out the investments, though, because we are going to spend more money educating our kids next year, both in the investments and also in the collective bargaining. Wouldn't we want the 0.8 to be small, that our costs of doing business, we've contained the growth of costs?
But the issue is when you're talking about schools like the McCormick School that's losing $950 million, and you're actually saying extending learning time there. Or if you're talking about a school like Brighton High School that was that there was a proposal to lose $1 million, and that school does not have enough people in the building to have more than one bathroom open. When I visited that school, they only have one bathroom open for girls, one bathroom open for boys, and there was a stabbing earlier this year in that school. Right? There's not enough people physically in that building. A child was injured, as well as a teacher was injured in that building. So this is critical because it means that you're not doing the same thing that you did last year already, and then you're basically adding water into the milk in terms of stringing it out. It is very important. And I'm going to hand it back to Councilor, our chair, but this is, and I think the council is owed, on paper, an understanding of what we just talked about. What is the maintenance budget year over year? And I'm gonna request that through the chair and also as chair of education. I'm gonna formally request. I would like to see on paper from the Boston Public Schools what the year over year maintenance budget is. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
We would be happy to speak with you and your team further about what you're looking for. I just want to make crystal clear to the counselors that I'm not trying to imply that our budget's only going up by 0.8%. Our budget's going up much more than that. We will spend $40 million more to educate kids next year than we do this year. The teachers in our schools, what we'll buy, when you walk through our schools next year, you should see $40 million more of value.
But it's not fair to call it 40 million. The money that is being put in to a reserve cannot be legally accessed and by the way, I don't know that you're going to settle that contract. So if you don't settle that contract, those dollars are not accessible to the Boston Public Schools. And I just want to be clear for the record, and unless I'm wrong, and I don't understand this process, that those dollars are not accessible. And I wish those dollars were in the operating budget, but they are actually in the reserve category. And it's very critical for the public as well as my fellow city councilors to know that. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
I'm not qualified to clarify this. However, last year, teachers got paid a salary. That salary is not going up this year, so that's why we put the $20 million in, because that would be the inflatable cost if we settled and they went up 1% or 2%. So I don't think it's really fair not to count the 20 million, because those teachers that right now, they'll get a retro check maybe at some point next year if we settle this contract. But to not count the 20 million, because they're getting static pay. Am I somewhere in the ballpark?
Yes, that is,
I think, and I'm not trying to be argumentative.
No, and I'm not either. I'm
no,
trying
but
to
the,
get
but the
it
real
handled.
issue, I'm trying to get the real issue here is that, one, there are schools that are losing staff. Those staff will not actually get that retro pay. And what we're talking about here at the Burke High School, right? Where we all took I'm so happy about the things that have happened at the Burke. The adversity that they went through last year showed their community there, right? First high school out of and out of turnaround. $350,000 loss this year. To Council McCarthy's point, one of the things that happens is that you actually how we celebrate many of these schools that have done a really good job is that we take away more from them. And so I just think it is critical that we are understanding that. So as I believe 4 librarians have been cut or proposed to be cut, they won't get retro because they're actually not going to be on those roles. So I just think the number of people in the buildings, if we're cutting people in the buildings, then that becomes a huge issue. But I'm going to hand it back to you, Mr. Chair. Sorry about that.
Did you?
The librarians, the retro will cover this year, so everyone who's currently employed by the district, if we settle the contract, will get retro pay for this year. If they're no longer employed by the school department
If
for
they're
next
working
year,
this year.
yeah.
Right.
And if they have
That's why we need that 20
seniority, they
million
may
in the
not
reserve.
actually- If they end up working for the school department next year, because there were also new librarian positions created in the school department, they may end up in just a different school or a different position next year. So the individuals may get their retro pay. I do want to clarify it. That doesn't lessen the
And we don't
impact
have
of-
any layoffs. Do we have, we have temporary layoffs or
don't know that
what's
we
the
have any
term?
layoffs.
I'm sorry.
I'm not sure.
SBC?
Yes.
Yes. So, sorry, was your question about layoffs in particular?
Right.
Layoffs is a very specific term in our collective bargaining, which implies, I don't want to bore you with the details, but we do our staffing for teachers by PPA, primary program area, and it's possible that in a few very select areas, we could be in an environment for layoffs, but overall, we're going to have the same number of teachers next year what we do this year. And I wanted to clarify the point on librarians as well, that I'm aware of. We have 2 schools that are losing librarians, the Burke and Charlestown. Burke is next door to Grove Hall, Boston Library, and Charleston replaced its librarian with 3 library paras. We also had 3 schools, the Irving, the Curley, and the Orenberger, who each added librarians, and the Shaw, who added a library and media specialist. So I think our coverage of schools that have librarians is going up. Not that we're at the perfect place yet, but we're moving in the right direction.
All right. Councilor Flaherty, I'm sorry for the delay.
Anytime, Mr. Chairman. If you want to go take a powder, I'll stay on the questioning if you want. Thank you and good afternoon. I just want to touch base, follow up, Councilor Asabi George, on the assignment process. Can you just take me through it again? I think we wait too long. So I'm looking at slide 13, which was this slide. So I guess when is it that we know whether we have 100%, 87%, or 50%, higher or lower? I mean, the numbers are there, but what's
We
the
have
what's
pretty
the
good
drop
visibility
deadline
today.
as of today for next year?
Relatively, not precisely.
Right.
So if in years past, we would wait until the students arrive, and then you'd be able to go into the
Right.
classroom and see that we're
Not only
half full,
not
or
only
might
did
be
you
able to-
yeah. So let me send you Dick. Not only would you wait till the students arrive, you'd be like 3 months into the school year, and they would say, "Oh, yeah, there's 4 seats in this class," and then you'd go to the wait list, or you'd go to grab kids that were unassigned, right? And I just think that we need to get parents in the game earlier. They need to be paying more close attention to this school assignment process. We can no longer enable bad behavior, if you will, in terms of parents not knowing where their son or daughter is going to school. And we saw it manifest itself in that big snowstorm where there was a miscalculation. This is the previous administration. Miscalculation as to whether kids should go to school or not. And then the kids were in school. We had this big snowstorm. I got a significant number of calls from folks that were working in the schools that were calling the parents to come pick their kids up. And they were parents that didn't even know where their kids went to school. Beyond offensive, okay? So when we have school assignment process and we're dealing with taxpayer dollars and we need to kind of get to the formula, I would rather, as a city council, know sooner rather than later as to what classes are full, which ones are 3/4 full, which ones are half full. as opposed to waiting till the school starts, waiting 6, 8, 10, 12 weeks, and then finally what they call excess a seat. It's there's 6 seats in the 3rd grade and there's 5 seats in the 2nd grade. That's unacceptable. So hopefully we've changed that under the new administration, but can you tell me what's the cutoff date right now as to when you know which school your child's going to, and when we as a city know where those available seats are?
We do them in rounds. Those families in kindergarten, 6th, and 9th grade have already received their assignments. We are currently processing all the other grades. We expect those.
Let me just interject. So they've received their assignment, but then they could decide up until the day before school, we're going to go, we're not going to go. That's unacceptable. So they've received their assignment,
Yeah.
right? So hypothetically, so would you say pick a school? Pick
King.
King. So I got the letter that my child has been accepted to the King school. Woohoo! It's great. What's our responsibility to get back to you to say we're going to accept that seat? Oh, I'm going to wait till the day before school starts. Yeah, what do you think, hon? Do we send them to the King school? Yeah, what do you think? How do you feel about it? Yeah, let's give it a shot. That has to stop. Like, you get the letter for the King school in, say, April. We need to turn that right around so that like May 1st, like we know, like we're going to the King. Our child's going to the King. You know my child's going to the King. We know how many children are going to the King. And that's how we appropriate. Like, why we send out notices and then we don't kind of reel them in?
So we do ask families to confirm that they're taking a seat. Part of the challenge is we do have a legal obligation once children are 6 years old or above and families have registered to make sure that they have a seat. So there's this balance between really working with families to try to get them to inform us as early as possible, are reaching out. For some families, they're still trying to figure out their options, which makes it a challenge. But I hear you that we're trying to get better at trying to figure out the balance.
So the acceptance letters go out when, in March?
So the first round went out in March. We'll get for 1st grade and above. They'll be going out in May.
Right.
Families will continue to register all the way through August, September. We do have a high number of families who register late, many who are coming from different countries. We see families coming in all the way through October.
Well, registering late because they just got here is one thing, but registering late because they received the letter 6 months ago is unacceptable. That we have to stop that. That's unacceptable behavior. That's the most important and fundamental obligation is the education of our children. When that postcard or that phone call comes in that your child's been accepted to this school or that school, you need to have a relatively short window as to which school you're going to pick. No other school allows you to do that. Acceptance letters go out all the time. You have a finite universe. You either want to go there or you don't want to go there. If you don't want to go there, then you go to your second choice or your third choice. Why we allow people to languish, it's also not fair to the folks that are on the waiting list or for folks that are unenrolled. How do you like to be the parent in the city as a resident and a taxpayer that your kid's unenrolled? All these other people are enrolled, haven't made up their mind yet. We're all waiting each other out until school starts, till a month into school, until 2 months into school, and then the seat gets accessed. That's just asinine. That formula is asinine. The theory behind it's asinine. We need to hold ourselves accountable. We need to hold each other accountable. We need to hold parents accountable. People need to be accountable. I just don't get that. I don't get how we're assigning children in March, April, and May, and we can get fluffed off until middle of end of September, maybe October. We're lucky if they get it to us by November. Like, you kidding me?
So 8 days after the school year starts, if a child does not report, then we what you're calling
Access the seat.
Yeah.
Which then takes weeks after that. You got to have a meeting, and then a meeting after the meeting, and then you have the meeting to talk about the meeting after the other meeting, before the other meeting, and then you get back to people a month later, and now, okay, we got a free seat. Where do we want to go? And then you have a meeting on the waiting list, and then you got to contact people on the waiting list, and it's Christmas time, and then we finally place a kid.
One of the things that we've
Does
done-
anyone agree with me that that's not appropriate behavior?
Yeah, what we've been doing is taking proactive steps to make sure that students are assigned to their highest choice school earlier in the process. And one of the ways that we've done that is, I think we have limited ways to sort of force the hand of families to make their choice. Even at our most highly sought after schools, you see families who will say that they're attending and then still not show up in September. We do have some schools that are approaching 100%. What we need to catch your name for, but we're calling it yield to assignment, which means I assign 100 kids to this school. How many kids actually enroll in October? What we've done starting last year in the spring and then this year, our offices have partnered very closely together, is to estimate for every school their historical yield to assignment so that we can begin to admit more families now, knowing that the families won't actually, a certain percentage of the families won't actually enroll in the fall because they've either moved out of the district or they've gotten into a higher choice school because of other seats opening up, or they've made other decisions that make sense for their family. And so that allows us to assign more kids into their higher choice school at this point in the process, and have better visibility then in estimating, okay, we've assigned 100 kids to this school. We think 80 of them are going to show up, so therefore we know we have 20 seats now that we can begin slotting kids into. So the process that was very reactive before, it's okay, it's 8 days after the school year, now let's clear kids out, now let's start calling waiting lists. We've all pushed that forward and started to assign even more kids now in anticipation of those openings so that there's less uncertainty for the families when it comes to enrollment.
So let me ask you, what is wrong with sending someone an acceptance letter to a school, giving them 30 days, a whole month, 30 days to respond, and when they don't respond, we give them an extra week because we got to get on the phone or we got to go knock on their door and ask them, hey, we sent you the letter or we made the phone call. What do you choose and what school do you want to choose? Why aren't we being more proactive on the front end? Why are we letting it go on for months?
I think the trouble is not the families that don't respond, because even then we could estimate of the families that don't respond, how many of them will still show up. I think the challenge is that families that accept even admission to Boston Latin, where we admit a certain number of kids, the families will come back and say, I'm taking the seat at Latin. We still see families not show up in the fall. And they said they were coming. They responded not 30 days later. They responded 3 days later saying, yeah, please hold the seat. And then in the fall, we find out that they've decided to either move out of the city because life circumstances, or they've decided to enroll in a different school other than Latin. And so,
Michael, to Latin school though, if you don't respond by a date certain, and I don't remember,
You're gone.
you lose the seat.
You lose your seat.
right.
Right. I just wanted to make
No,
that point.
And that's a fair point. And it's so I think a reasonable period of time is fair and reasonable. I think an excessive amount of time is not fair and reasonable. I think we currently offer an excessive amount of time. I don't think that's fair and reasonable. And put yourself in the perspective of the parent that didn't get the choice of their school, or worse, were unassigned as a resident and taxpayer, and you got to sit it out till middle of September, maybe October, maybe the phone will ring, maybe it won't, and you have people that arguably are sort of abusing the system in a sense. I think we got to tighten that window, and I'm going to have a big problem continuing to sort of fund this. It's like a merry-go-round, and at some point you have it's like everything else. You need to have a defined start and a defined finish to the process, particularly something, you guys are over $1 billion budget. It's just too loosey-goosey. And it's just like someone's got to grab the bull by the horns and say, we're going to give you 30 days. Your child got accepted to this school. We're going to give you 30 days to get back to us. If we don't hear back from us, we're going to give you one more shot. We're going to get on the phone, or we're going to knock on your door. And you got to give us an answer, because we have this whole big waiting list of people that want to come to the Boston Public Schools or want to go to this particular school. They want to attend the King or whatever school. And we're moving forward because we're in the education business, and we're trying to help people. And we're trying to get people slotted into, and we have to respond to the city council and the mayor through the budget process. It just can't be, it just seems just a little too willy-nilly. And it kind of, I want to just buttress my colleague's point around the assignment stuff, that we need to make decisions. You got to make budget decisions, and you just can't have people not getting back to us. And then if they don't get back to us, we're powerless to respond. When you got an exam school, they don't put up with that. They don't put up with that crap. It's like you get accepted, you're either in or you're out. And if you're in, great. If you're not, then we're going to give it to someone else.
I do just want to make one correction on the exam school. If you get accepted, you can have your seat held for a year. So we don't actually.
It's a deferral. You have to, in writing, you have to indicate through the chair, you have to indicate in writing that you've decided to defer.
Right, to defer.
But
But that seat, then you know that seat's available though
Right,
for the next
right,
year.
But if it's-
So
but-
that's, to
right.
his point,
Right.
is like, it's a totally different.
But if you go radio
circumstance.
silence, Mark, right? You decide to go radio silence, you don't have, that seat's not
Right,
waiting for you.
I know.
And you have people that go radio silence on
To
us,
your
and we need to hold
point
them
though,
accountable.
then people will catch on and they'll say, yeah, we're coming.
Right.
And then they don't come and there's no consequence. So how do you hold them accountable? So it's a dilemma that we have here.
Gotcha.
And I agree with you. It's, we're always estimating. Do we track how many people or families, whatever, their students, what percentage or what number kind of do what Counselor Flaherty describes.
I mean,
Everyone, I'll answer the question. Everyone but the exam schools. That's
No,
the
but what
short
I'm,
answer.
what I'm saying is, people declare their seats and come. Then there are people who declare that they're taking them and don't come, right? They don't show up and we wait till October. That gap is, unfair to everybody else that applies to those seats, I think, to your point.
Right. It's unacceptable.
Right.
And we feel very, very strongly in the same favor. We want to move families into their highest choice seats earlier in the process. So that's why we have looked at historical data to be able to estimate how many of the families are going to have a seat and not actually show up, so that we can then begin assigning additional families in anticipation of that. That's something that our offices have done a lot more this year, so that you're not waiting until October to backfill. That we're saying if we want 22 students to show up in K2 at the King School, we're going to assign a certain number of kids over 22 so that we know that 22 will be there on the first day of classes. It brings more stability to the school, brings more predictable patterns for families, and it also makes sure that our seats are full right out the gate.
But through the chair, it's also an example of the tail wagging the dog again, right? Because we have competition, right? So people are playing us. So they're going to try a charter school for a few weeks because there's no threat of them losing their Boston Public School seat, quite frankly. So you can start school in a charter school, see how it goes. Yeah, it's not working out so great. Still a seat weeks later in the Boston Public Schools. We're getting totally played. And it's like, at some point, having a defined start and a defined finish, you either want to come to the Boston Public Schools or you don't. We're going to give you 30 days. We're going to do a follow-up with you. But we're going to know by a date certain, May 1st, June 1st at the latest, whether you're coming or you're not coming. Instead, we just keep seats open, and we got some seats are full and some are half empty, and we're paying for it, which does to my next question, is the charter school reimbursement. So we lose a kid to the charter schools. He stays there for a little while. Then he decides to come back to us, right? What's that? We getting any dough back? We sent the dough to them. And are we doing on that same formula? Are we sending the same formula, the per pupil formula? Is that what's going out the door? And then when they try and kick the tires on the charter school for a couple of weeks and it's not cutting the mustard, they want to come back to the Boston Public Schools. Is the money coming back with them? Are we tracking that?
The state calculates the charter reimbursement and they prorate it on a quarterly basis. So if a student stayed for a couple of weeks, I assume that means they would be given the tuition for a quarter of the school year.
Right. So I bet you we're more aggressive on tracking the dough than we are on tracking the assignment seats. And therein lies the problem. I think we got to get super aggressive on assignment, super aggressive on the transportation stuff. These are the things that are just spiraling out of control. As referenced by
We
my
kind of
colleagues.
spiraled, I apologize, we're into assignment, and we actually have a hearing on assignment as we do about 23 other topics. But I would just ask if you could get just the raw number, past couple of years of seats that we assign to kids who just don't show up. I'd really like to see that number, because that would be telling on what you all have to deal with in budgeting. It's how do you do that? But anyway, let me move on to Councilor Asabi George.
Thank you. I don't see a separate hearing on assignment.
I think it's in one of the subtopics, I believe.
I just looked quickly because I would have solved.
It says enrollment, so I would say that pertain enrollment
here
and
we are.
student assignment.
Here we are.
Oh, that was
yes.
Should have took your powder when I gave you the opportunity.
I need a powder. I need a sandwich.
I want to follow up on something with Monica that Councilor McCarthy was asking you about earlier on the wait lists. You had said, and just correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm hopeful that I'm wrong. Are you prioritizing new students over wait list students if there's an opening in a school classroom?
So if we have a student to place and there is not an available seat on their home-based list, and a seat becomes available in a school that has a wait list, we will prioritize that student for a seat, because by law we are required to make sure that every student has a seat. Students on a wait list are already in a seat. They already have a school assignment.
But if a seat opened up, you don't go to the first kid on the wait list. There really ideally should be never an open seat with a wait list behind, for that classroom. So I guess I don't understand how that happens. How we'd ever have an opportunity that seat wouldn't be filled if there was a wait list.
Because usually after the school year starts, a family comes in, we need a seat to place a child in. And sometimes simultaneously a seat becomes available in a school that has a wait list. If there is not a school again on that child's wait list with an available seat, but if there is not an available seat in a school on that child's school assignment list, but a seat became available and there was a wait list, we would prioritize the child that does not have a seat. Otherwise, anytime a seat becomes open, it automatically goes to the wait list process.
Now, does it automatically go to the waitlist process the whole school year or until the end of February, whenever?
So our intention is to process waitlist all the way through the end of November for constantly for grades 1 and above, and for kindergarten we'll do that through the end of January.
And then what about the transfer process?
Transfer process. I'm gonna have Robbie.
Okay.
Have the
And then while he's coming up, I just want to just backtrack just a little bit. As a parent, my child may have been placed in a school that wasn't my first choice somewhere else, and I really want them in this school A, but they're placed in school B. I have a hard time as a parent realizing that another kid may show up and take what really is my first choice away from my kid. So I have a real problem with that, and I'm hoping you're shaking your head that you do too.
I definitely understand. We have been trying to figure out the balance again between our legal mandate to place students when they come in so that they are in school, as well as our desire to make sure that families get their highest ranked school. So
But could possibly that first kid on the wait list be placed outside of sort of their home base or their district?
So you're asking if me as the first student on the wait list would just go to another school, or
No, so you're saying, so a new kid to the district, there is no school available to him or her within their zone.
Yeah.
But the first kid on the wait list could theoretically be placed outside of his or her zone to begin with. But you are choosing to pick one kid over the other.
No one would ever. So we're not placing students outside of their home base list.
No kid is placed outside their home base
So
list. What about for a kindergarten seat?
For our kindergarten seats, we tried to add additional seats. So a good example is right now for K2, we've made some additional seats available through our school options process. So there are certain areas of the city where we found that there are more requests for seats. There's more demand than actual seats. So we figured out how to make it available. Again, people will still attend a school on their home base list.
So if a kid in his or her home base could not attend outside of his or her home base?
That is not our current process, in part because there are also transportation implications if we start to place students outside of their home base. As you know, one of the goals of home base is to bring students closer to home.
Could a kid attend a school outside of the home base, say for kindergarten, because it's such a high value seat, if a parent were to agree to take care of transportation?
We don't currently have that as an option. It's certainly something that we can take back, but it's not currently an option.
So there are K2 seats empty across the district, not necessarily inclusion seats, K2 seats that are, I'd say as a parent of 4 kids, high value, outside of perhaps my home district that I'm not able to access. It's disappointing to hear. I understand wanting to drive down transportation costs, but those seats are of high value and an incredible resource and asset for our families that need those seats. Now I even forget what my question was that you came up for.
That's
I
okay.
apologize.
That's
So
okay.
you tell me what I was asking you. Transfers.
It was
student
around transfer. It was
transfers.
around
Thank you.
transfers. Yes.
Thank you.
Can you refresh me?
So can a child transfer from one school to another during any point in the school year?
They can transfer up through the end of January. So it's aligned with the waitlist policy. So if you're in grades 1 through 12, you can go through November. And if you're in K0, K1, or K2, you can go through January. So when the waitlists expire, transfers also expire.
Okay, but only up through January in the upper grades? Up through November in the upper grades?
Yeah.
Correct.
And why is that?
So one of the things as a district, we are trying to minimize transitions, and we know that mid-year transitions often have a negative impact on students academically. And so we want to make sure that we try to honor families' desire to move to another school, but also not put a child at risk academically.
Okay, all right. And just shifting gears a little bit, how do we decide the funding of, and I know that librarians was discussed for a little bit, but how do we decide the funding for things like librarians and school nurses in our school budgets?
In the two examples you gave, the answers are different. For nurses, they are allocated essentially based on a combination of school size and acuity. We will have 2 additional nurses next year versus this year. Get the number 2 right? Yeah. Librarians are part of school autonomy. They are at the discretion of school leaders. And I had ticked off some of the highlights of changes in the librarians for this year.
And I do want to reiterate, I don't want to get back into the conversation that I missed when I stepped out. I do want to articulate that I think librarians should really be centrally funded because it makes it part of what we do as a school, and you really take away the difficult choice that a principal or a headmaster has to make between an additional teacher versus that librarian. With essentially funded nurses, what is the formula on scheduling a nurse? And my kids go to a school that has like a third of a nurse.
Yep. I believe actually nursing is one of the few areas where we don't make it completely formulaic. The person who oversees nurses looks at the acuity of health needs of students at individual schools and combines that with school size to come up with an allocation of nurses for each school.
So I would say it also affects a parent's ability to choose a school if a child has diabetes or other health issues. A parent may not select that school because of no nurse perhaps on staff 100% of the time.
Yes, I would encourage parents of students with high medical needs to reach out and speak to our office centrally about that.
Okay,
And we would certainly want to make sure every child's needs is met in every school.
I also understand that there is a school that has children that are experiencing seizure disorders, kids in undergarments, kids that are nonverbal, 100% nonverbal, and still those schools are getting only a part-time nurse. I really have a hard time as a parent with, my worry is my kid ends up with a fever or unfortunately some sort of stomach bug in the middle of the day. I'm confident that the teaching staff and the administration of my kid's school can handle that. But when you have kids with significant health issues, to know that there are part-time nurses in those buildings is frightening to me as an elected official, but as a mom.
Yeah. If you have specific schools that you'd like us to look into, we can get the information about what the sort of rationale is for the nursing allocation. I think.
I guess I'd like any school that has less than one full-time nurse. I'd like to understand the rationale for having less than a full-time nurse.
Sure. I was going to answer slightly differently, which is to say that when we talk about the acuity, that the nursing department is looking at the individual health needs of the students and making sure that any student with a severe enough sort of need will have a full-time nurse on hand. And in addition, there are nurses that are allocated specifically to deal with high-needs students so that there's a full-time nurse on staff. But that's why I asked if there's a specific school that we can look into. The one that you mentioned, we can go back and find out what the story is. In terms of the overall rationale for allocating nurses less than 1.0 to the schools, we can get more information from you from our health service.
Yeah, I think that's
And
really
they'll be-
important to understand.
Sorry, I mean,
That's okay.
they'll be present in our hearing on social emotional
Wellness.
learning, and so
Great.
we should have the
Great.
staff with us.
That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Campbell.
Thank you, Councilor Ciumo. Just following up on a couple of points made by my colleagues. So the nurse issue, I mean, I was shocked to learn when I toured the Philbrook School, which is in my district, they had a part-time nurse in its elementary school. Because the concern is obviously there are some kids who would then have to go home because the principal or secretary can't meet the need or be a nurse, whereas those kids could stay in school if they could quickly have seen a nurse to address their issue. So you were looking for specific examples. I don't think that's changed. I think they still have a part-time nurse. So if there's any way to get them a full-time nurse, that's one example of a school I think needs a nurse. But I would say, I mean, elementary schools in general, high school students I think are very different, but elementary schools, I think it's at a minimum every school should have a nurse. It's just really unsettling to think that a student has to leave school when sometimes they wouldn't have to if there was a nurse in the building. Just going back to Councilor Flaherty's point, I'm still confused as to why when we send out the letters of, this is the school that you're being assigned to, the assignment letters, why we can't attach a deadline for them to get back to us about whether or not they're going to accept that assignment.
So I think certainly we can set a deadline. I think more of the issue is around, can we actually unenroll families, right? And so I think we have a legal obligation to make sure that families have a seat unless we otherwise know where they are being placed. So we always take families off when we know that they're attending another school. I think,
So on that legal obligation piece, we obviously have open seats in other schools in the district. So there's an open seat somewhere for that parent. So I'm not understanding why that fact that we have open seats doesn't satisfy that requirement.
So open seats doesn't necessarily equal open seats on your home base list. So I think there are various issues that impact it, right? So it's open seats on your home base list, finding a seat on your home base list. Also honoring our.
And it's required that it be on the home base list?
Based on our home base policy, yes. So
Based on our home base policy?
Yes. And
So we could change that?
We are looking at the home base policy. School committee has asked us first to do an equity analysis before we make any changes. We do realize that there are things in it that need to be reviewed, but we want to look at that also with an eye towards equity and really understanding what's happening as a result of implementation of the policy. That said, so we really are trying to place with families within a home-based list and to meet our legal obligation to make sure students have a seat. The way we generally will offload them is if we know they have a seat in another school, then that seat becomes available. Certainly, I think we can take back to our legal counsel the question of whether there's something else that we can do. I do not want to make a commitment around something that has legal implications, but I hear loud and clearly the recommendation.
Oh, so that point of clarification is very helpful because I think a lot of parents in my district would be really excited for the home base assignment process to reflect that change if they knew that folks who didn't respond within a timely manner were going to be bumped and they had a better opportunity of being assigned to a more high-performing school. Obviously, I'm in District 4, Mattapan, Dorchester. Sort of the home base issue is troubling for many parents. Many would actually prefer sometimes to be assigned outside of the home base, their home base district, because they have better options elsewhere. And so, we talk about equity. I think this is a big issue for equity, but I think a lot of those families that we're talking about, when we put that equity lens on, would favor some of these changes if it gave them more options to level 1s and level 2 schools, even if it was outside of their home base. So I fully support that. I would love to see that conversation happen sort of sooner than later. I mean, I know it involves legal, school committee and all of that, but just wanted to express that. So thank you for that, Monica. I just have a quick question on, this was in the overview. How many 1s and 2s currently, 40 in the district schools? I know the superintendent said it. I don't think I got that.
I believe the number was 46, but I would want to confirm it.
46.
Hopefully a couple more in the fall.
Hopefully someday all the schools will be 1s and 2s. So just shifting to weighted student formula or funding. So looking at, I guess I'll direct these towards you, Eleanor. Looking at page 8, for example, the Frederick School, which is in my district, this number at the bottom is not actually the amount that actually goes to that the school actually receives. So there's an analysis that happens for every school at the district level. And then there's the amount of money the school actually gets in its school budget to do the work they do.
So the number at the bottom is that number. Now, there may just be a timing. We may have pulled this example before it was finalized, but when we give the schools their budget in December to start planning, we actually give them this exact sheet. And when they sign into the budget software, they see these numbers at the bottom as their total budget to spend.
So what's the total number that a school would get? So for example, I sit in on meetings with principals from the Burke, which is in my district, and other schools in that area as well. And they talk about how there's a formula, there's amount of money the district assigns to them, then there's the amount of money they actually get to use for their school, and there is a gap between that. So I'd be curious to know what the Frederick was assigned and then what they actually got.
So have a lot of conversations with principals about that as well.
Yep.
And one of the things they're often talking about is our requirements that are placed on them. So, for example, at the Frederick, their total budget in this example was $5.5 million. It may have changed slightly since we pulled this. But Pauline doesn't have flexibility over $5.5 million because she has to budget the 1.0 nurse. We don't give her the option of whether or not she gets to budget that 1.0 nurse. She has to do it. So that's a little bit of her flexibility taken away. And now she would probably do that anyway. So that's maybe not a great example, but there are a number of other requirements placed on her.
Right.
Right. Her class sizes can't go over 28 in 7th and 8th grade or 26 in 6th grade. And so what often happens with principals is they feel very constrained by the requirements placed on them. And those requirements come from a number of different places: federal law, state law, school committee policy, our union contract, et cetera.
That's very helpful.
And so often what we're doing is trying to maximize the amount of money they get, not necessarily on the bottom line, though we like that too, but actually after you take all those things away. And that's what Nate's really working on with the projections and capacity process of how do we maximize the amount of money they have once all of the required things are taken away, where they're getting to choose what they want.
Right. So that's an ongoing conversation I'm having with several principals in that area, and it's a terrific conversation to bring back suggestions and ideas to the district about just that. How can they come together to opt out some of these requirements, these policy changes? Obviously, it's much more difficult with legal requirements, state and federal, so that they have more autonomy around the funding to use for specific things in their school. So the Burke, for example, the security guard who may not be there next year, Ms. McIntyre would love to be able to shift some things around within her structure to pay for that person because it's not an option for her, it's a need. So this is very helpful to understand that high level.
And to stay within your district, one of the things that schools can do is they can go through the innovation process with their staff and have a discussion about what are the types of flexibilities we're actually okay with. So it may be that there are some things in the teacher's contract that the teachers at the school say, well, this costs you money, but as a school community, with all of our teachers voting to approve it, we are okay relinquishing this requirement so that you can redistribute your budget a little bit differently. And so often schools will go through that process. Now, it tends to be very few schools every year because it's a quite rigorous process and very challenging. I know the Holmes found it so this year.
Yes, which is great, which is also in District 4.
Yeah. So,
that's great. Staying on the weighted student formula piece, so we obviously have poverty as one of the factors or characteristics. What other things? Do you look at trauma, violence? What are the other characteristics within that weighted student formula guidelines?
Today, the majority of our weights, as we call them, are associated with students needing different instructional models. So that would be due to the grade level that they're at, whether they need ELL services or special education services. We have 2 weights that speak to student need outside of the core instructional model. Those are the poverty and the at-risk measures for 9th and 10th graders. I think you've heard me talk about this.
At risk for 9th and 10th
9th
only?
and 10th grade, yes.
Not other grade levels?
And because those are based on academic performance incoming into their high school experience. So it's hard for us to mirror that at the elementary level because they don't have the incoming academic profile.
But if they're like a 3rd grader, they do.
They do.
Or a 4th grader. Or,
yes.
Like we could tell by 3rd grade, for example, if they are reading at the level they need to read at, if they've suffered trauma or something like that.
You've hit on one of my favorite topics to talk about. One of the highest priorities for our team, Nate's laughing at me, sorry. One of our highest priorities is that we are trying to do more to identify and fund high-need students. We are not satisfied today that we have measures that are sufficiently nuanced. The measures of poverty are based on whether the student's family is participating in public assistance. This is, we look like almost all school districts I've seen nationally but that's not a reason to take it as good enough. We want to be on the cutting edge and say, well, WSF has been a good starting point. We are more transparent and more equitable than most school districts around the country, but that doesn't mean we say that's good enough. We want to keep pushing. So our team has begun exploring what it might look like to have a better definition of student need. We'd be happy to talk to any of the counselors offline who are interested in this. We're looking at
Great.
things like neighborhood and environmental factors. How much crime is there in the
Yep.
student's home neighborhood, not where the school is, but
Or both.
how many, or both?
Yep.
How many 911 calls are there in their geocode? What is the unemployment rate in their geocode? What are the what's the median income in the community that they're coming from? So
That's really great to hear, because I'm having conversations with principals, teachers as well, who support these principals, students, parents, about whether or not the weighted student funding formula is indeed equitable.
Yeah.
And so it's so great to hear that there's work that needs to be done, because there are factors that we're not taking in consideration, not only where the student is coming from, what neighborhood they're growing up, but also where the physical location of the school is, and those markers. And I know BPS currently has maps, for example, that they've done to overlay unemployment, poverty, different factors. Of course, we already know where a lot of these neighborhoods are, but I think that will then define weighted student formula very differently, and frankly, give those schools that probably need additional supports more support because of where they're located and the population they're serving. And we probably will find out that those are the schools that are the level 3s, 4s, and 5s.
Yes.
So I want to be respectful of my time. I'm going to go again. I'll just save my questions for round 3, I guess. But I want to be respectful of those times, so I'll continue.
Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you,
And
Councilor
we've
Siomo.
since been joined by Councilor Ayanna Presley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I do so much agree with my colleagues regarding the libraries. If the libraries are needed for accreditation, why the libraries, the principals and the staff have to decide whether or not the library stays open or not. So clearly, some of the money that is discretionary to them isn't really discretionary, because they can't lose their librarian or they could lose their accreditation. So we should really rethink that and have them in a straight line item. Regarding the wait list, this is a very vague question, but what is the realistic number to be on the wait list? Because we get constituent calls. I know I'm number 3 in the list. I know I'm number 5 in the list. I'm number 13. If somebody says they're 27, should I just say, forget about it? I mean, is there a ballpark, and how many people are actually getting into seats from the waiting list?
So it's hard to give an exact number, because it's the comparison I like using is it's not like a restaurant where you'll be called after 20 minutes, because it completely depends on the number of students who do come or who don't come.
Right.
And that does depend on the program. There are some schools that have a 100% yield where no one moves off the wait list, and there are other schools that have a 70% yield in which a lot of students move off the wait list. So it's unlike a restaurant in that sense, in that a wait list doesn't suggest that you will be called. It suggests that if a seat is to open up.
Right, and I think to Councilor Flaherty's point, which he made really quite clear, in a restaurant, if you're sitting down today, you're not going to get your meal in October. That's a real issue. So I think we should, he makes a tremendous point. People should commit, because you're now, in my neighborhood in particular, I'm here, I was elected to represent District 5, and we have people who are, not very well off, but they're not getting any of the schools they've asked for. Literally, top 4 schools, none, unenrolled. Now they're playing the guessing game. So what do? They pick up a second job or a third job. They send their kids to Holy Name, or they send their kids to St. Mary's of the Hills in Milton, if they're from Mattapan or High Park, and they struggle. And then maybe in November, maybe in December, they get a call. Maybe they'll never leave that school. I don't know, but I couldn't agree more with what Councilor Flaherty was asking, and I'm looking forward to seeing where we can go with that process. The Channing School, so they've been they're in year 3 or maybe even 4 of a turnaround. Are they getting additional funding, and are we trying to increase their enrollment? And I'll tell you why, because the principal over there is tremendous, and a lot of people in my district, specifically High Park, believe that if they don't get into the Roosevelt, there's no chance. And like I said earlier, the Bates is awesome, the Collins. We have a lot of decent schools. And the Channing could be one, but it's an art turnaround school, and last year we got rid of the music teacher. So I don't understand where we're going. So what's the scoop with the Channing School?
Yeah, so the Channing School is in year 3 of their turnaround this year. So next year will be year 4 while we're pending designation from the state. The school redesign grant that they got from the state expires at the end of August this year.
Okay.
So it can only fund programs for the summer. The district is committed to continuing funding at 100% of the state level. So they will see no cuts because of the expiration of that grant. And that funding picks up over the summer when the grant ends. So it should be continual. They shouldn't see any interruption in service because of the loss of that grant.
Okay.
If they, and hopefully they are, taking out a turnaround and they go to the next level, starting the year after next, we will slowly step down how much support they get from the district for being a turnaround because they will no longer be a turnaround. And hopefully what will happen is as they exit turnaround, that's what we hope for all of our turnaround schools, they will get more attractive to families, the enrollment will pick up, and that increased enrollment will, which will happen, we know will happen over time, will offset the slowly decreasing district support for turnaround.
Okay, because I was over there not too long ago, and the classes are attentive and they seem to be very much on the ball.
Yeah.
When do their test scores come in? August? Is that right?
I don't know what the exact
They're
timeline
testing.
for
Well,
the
they're
state.
testing last week. Are they testing this
Yeah,
week
they're
too?
testing now. I'm not sure exactly when they'll be finalized. We tend to hear in the fall for
Okay.
level designations.
Yeah, I think, and that's one of the things I get nervous about, and this is just a little history. When I was first elected, 2 months into it, I got the, hey, how you doing? We're closing a couple schools in your district. And one of them was the Greenwood. And, I met all of those parents, and I was very disappointed, and the principal was outstanding. And he said he had just gotten there a year or two before. And he stated to me point blank, I wish these test results come back earlier because I'm telling you right now, our results are going to be better than they think they're going to be. And he was proven to be right. So I just, I don't know I think that's a national process that you can't get those numbers till whatever, but you know what I'm saying? It doesn't make sense. Like you don't know, like you're not getting the playbook until after the game's already started. So it doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
And that's why we commit for all of our turnaround schools to provide that 100% funding like they're going to stay in turnaround, regardless of the designation for next year, because we don't, by the time we know the designation, the school's already made a plan, parents have already made decisions about enrollment. So it really, they don't start to lose any funding that they might lose for exiting turnaround until after the first full year they have out of the designation. And hopefully at that point, they've exited in the fall. Parents have heard that as they're making decisions to enroll students for that following year. And we're starting to see that enrollment pick up, offset the district funded support.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Who's next? Council Flaherty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not to belabor the point, but maybe something on the lines of that your child's been accepted, but it's contingent on you getting back to the school department by a certain date. So it's like we sort of make the assignment, and it's almost like kind of giving someone a property right, and then we sort of sit back and we let them kind of play us for a while. I think maybe just the terminology of that your child has been assigned to, my children went to the Murphy, so I'll use the Murphy. Your child has been accepted to the Murphy school. However, it's contingent upon you getting back to the school department by such and such a date, or your child will risk losing that seat and will be put into the unassigned pool so that we can give someone that's in the unassigned pool a seat possibly at the Murphy or another school. I just think that we need to make it contingent. We need to have a hard and fast deadline. We need to hold parents accountable and responsible for getting back to us because we have budget concerns and we want to make sure that we're filling up classrooms that, and I also think that on the charter school stuff, I think there's people that legitimately try a charter school in the beginning of the year and check it out. And if they like it, they stay. If they don't like it, they know that there's a seat waiting for them. Like we're suckers. It's like, so I just think that we need to do a better job of doing that. And I'll work with you on it. And if you want to work through the council, or we can, if it's a policy issue or we need a policy change, I'm all up for drafting something. But I think we need to kind of have a defined start and a defined finish to the assignment process. And we can't be getting rope-a-doped into the school year any longer. So I'll leave it at that. I know, and maybe this is probably more appropriate for the superintendent, but I know we tried it a few years ago. If my memory serves me correct, I think it was might have been the Higginson Lewis and possibly even over at English High, where we did some experimenting with same-sex education. and I've been a strong supporter of it, product of BC High. They probably do it better than anybody, just kicking butt, but there's a lot of other schools that do it as well. And instead of having a discussion about increasing or adding another exam school or two, would the school district consider doing same-sex school for boys and a same-sex school for girls, and look at those benefits, clearly under the parameters of Title IX, of course, and provided we're not getting any federal funds. So I know the parameters around it, but I really would like to see our school district sort of venture into being creative and identifying ways, and I think that's a great opportunity for us. It's a successful model. It's proven here in Boston. I'm not going to tout Council McCarthy's school, but I know Roxbury Latin does it as an example. But even on the perimeters, you get schools like Fontbonne and Ursuline and Notre Dame. Those are all schools where they draw a lot of students from our city, because there are parents that are in search of same-sex education for their children. But we lose out on that talent pool because the parents will choose schools outside of the BPS district because we don't provide it. So just want to get maybe some preliminary thoughts. And again, maybe that's a broader discussion for the superintendent. I know that we did try it, a couple of smaller models at the Higginson, I believe it was, and I think over at English High, more in terms of the actual classes. But I would love to get our school district to give some thought to getting behind, even if it's a pilot program, to try it and see if it works and see if it pays dividends. And at the end of the day, it's about preparing our kids for the global economy. It's about making sure that we're getting our kids into, and again, I say this all the time, we boast of having the best colleges and universities in the world. But if our kids can't go there, we need to do a better job of getting kids prepared. And I wouldn't mind seeing a college prep, all girls school and a college prep all boys school, and just give it a shot and see where it takes us.
I will absolutely take that back to the superintendent. We are thinking about the district footprint and different types of school models in our future conversations. So I will take that back to him, and hopefully he'll have some ideas around that.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Jackson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I want to agree with Councilor Asabi George. I believe that as a rules base, librarians should be centrally budgeted, and it actually puts us at a disadvantage to have a school leader have to determine that in their budget. And in particular, locally, it is one of the requirements for our accreditation. And it troubles me that a school that back in the 90s lost its accreditation, has been doing a great job, is actually going to lose its librarian, the Burke. So again, we're talking about a school that has done great work, should be rewarded for the work that it's done, and net year over year, they're receiving a cut, and in that cut, they're going to receive a cut to something that is part of the accreditation for this region, relative to having a librarian. In addition, if we're talking about enabling our students, and by the way, the Burke actually has an amazing program around gaming, I believe. And so if we're talking about science, technology, engineering, and math, we do need to ensure that those folks are there. In addition, it is unacceptable to say that we're going to have 3 paras. A para is not a certified librarian. And so that does not fill the void for our young people who are competing with school districts that have librarians. And I think it's just a very basic component. Question around when will the city council get what it was promised relative to report on home base? When home base was implemented, we were guaranteed an annual report about how it was implemented, and the issue in particular was the equity lens in which it was implemented. We know the other component, and to Councilor Campbell's point earlier, we also know that during this conversation that we never decided how many, we knew how many schools you would have in each basket, but we never looked at the number of actual seats in every single neighborhood. And so Councilor Campbell's district, up until the change for Mildred Avenue, she didn't have any, in that part of Mattapan, there were no level, no level 1 schools at that point. right? Which is really unfair geographically for folks in that area. So when do we get the homework that we were promised as a council?
So, as you know, assignment has recently moved into our office last year. We are working on an equity analysis, so we'll have preliminary equity analysis available that we'll be sharing with school committee in the fall. And then we have are in a process of planning for an annual evaluation of home base thereafter. So we know that folks have been eagerly awaiting it. We are as well, because we think we need to be looking at that as we rethink home base and look at whether it's working, whether it's not working, what adjustments we need to make. So fall, you should see a report.
The fall. Okay. So I just want to note that the council, we're now 3 years into this, and you are tardy. And it is critical as we move forward in terms of funding. We were told that it's going to save us money for transportation costs, and here we sit another at least $10 million above where transportation costs is going to be. We have transportation costs. We were told last year we were going to save $10 million, and now that's been extended to 2 years. We're going to save $10 million. That's a moving target. That's mission creep, and that simply does not meet the needs of folks here. In addition, there should be a nurse at every school. In the district that I represent, we have 6 times the asthma rate in Roxbury versus the state as a whole. And one of the things that we all know is that the health condition that actually keeps most students back in the Boston Public Schools is asthma. And so as efficient as nurses can be, 0.3 means that that person is probably being shared by 3 schools. And it is really critical that we have what's needed there. And then I would also note that the kindergarten seats should be opened up to, as Councilor Asabi George noted, we shouldn't waste those seats. If parents are willing to transport their child to those seats, we should actually ensure that they're able to get them. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Councilor Presley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Where are those students coming from? Because anecdotally, I believe that, we may be exacerbating disparities, and we know how critical those early interventions are and that foundation to not, rather than having to disrupt or try to close an achievement gap, to prevent it from happening at all. And I want to have a sense if those seats are being equitably distributed geographically.
We certainly can provide the information about what schools have open K-1 seats or existing K-1 seats, and the basic demographic breakdown of students who are enrolled in our K-1 program.
And where they come from. Okay, all right. So currently you do not have those data analytics, but you are willing to provide that information.
Yeah, I don't have that information with me today, but you certainly pull that.
Okay, very good. And again, just echoing the chorus, reiterating the comments already made relative to librarians. I don't think I've fought harder for anything in our budget in my 8-year tenure here than school nurses. We all agree that healthy students are better learners. I really do believe that this should just be a part of the foundation budget. It should not even be left to the discretion of a school. It should not be a school-based decision. This is about socio-emotional wellness supports, real medical needs, asthma, diabetes, anxiety. Those numbers are growing. We see more and more nurses are having to administer anxiety medications. It's just, it's mandatory, and we need one for every school. So could you just speak to when you do make the decision to divest in a nurse at a school, what is informing that? Because we really should be growing those numbers.
This year's budget has 2 additional nurses. Sorry. The next school year's budget has 2 additional nurses versus what we have for the current school year. And our nurses are allocated from the central staff that oversees nursing, based on a combination of the size of the school and the acuity of the health needs of the students at that school.
Okay. I may have some follow-up questions on that, but in the interest of time, I'll move forward. Madison Park High School, certainly should be our crown jewel, but has been, I think, one of our most persistent challenges. And, we just owe that student body so much. And do you believe that the monies that are currently being invested in turnaround supports at $0.5 million will make the sizable impact that we need? What is the status of Madison Park?
So Madison Park, there's actually two different 0.5 millions at Madison Park, and in some ways it can be a little bit hard to keep track of the number of different ways we support the school. Typically when a school goes turnaround, the district writes a turnaround plan with the school. We apply for state funding for that plan, and we try and tailor our plan to the amount of money we hope to get and provide district support if we don't get that. Madison Park, we've actually went above and beyond what we knew the state would commit to and committed district support of that 0.5 million, in addition to another $500,000 that the state has provided those schools. So the total
Is that on par and commiserate with the investments made at vocational schools in the state per pupil? Because at vocational school, you are going to have to make a greater investment per pupil than other schools. So are
Yes.
we on pace?
So it's proportionally it's greater in that it's double as opposed to a smaller increase. The challenge with comparing us to some of the regional vocational technical schools is that because they're standalone districts in the way their data is reported, they include the cost of benefits and the cost of transportation and other things that we don't actually charge Madison Park for, that we administer centrally. And I don't believe any of them have gone turnaround, so we're not entirely sure how the state would manage their turnaround. But we do provide significant additional support to Madison Park above the formula. It's a little bit hard to disaggregate exactly what the regional, something comparable for the regional vocational technical schools, but I believe we compare favorably to them in terms of funding.
And our vocational weight is 1.0?
Yes,
So
every student at Madison Park is it's our highest funded school,
And it's-
because every student in the school gets an additional $4,000 above the formula just for vocational education. And in addition to that, we provide $1.8 million to the school to support vocational education beyond the formula. And then in addition to that, there's another $1 million to support the turnaround.
Okay. And so now that we've, stabilized in terms of leadership structure and the like there, are we seeing the yield that we were hoping to see and as quickly? Because, the issue predates me, and I'm on the council now almost 8 years. And every year we hear that, and listen, there's a very dedicated educators there, a very engaged student body, engaged friends group, but it just seems that we are not moving at the rate that we should. And so I just want to understand.
Thank you for the question. Just recently, the Commissioner of Education for Massachusetts visited Madison Park, had an opportunity to visit classrooms as well as meet with teachers and faculty and students. And he publicly, both in writing and in one of his meetings, remarked on a change that he's seen that he has not seen in previous years. So I think that the thing that he highlighted was a sense of coherence and real focus on the integration of academics and the vocational subject areas. And that message came through across each of the groups of people that he spoke with. We have been putting in a lot of additional resources outside of just financially. The academic department is literally meeting with them on a regular basis, working on the core instruction, as well as the academic response team. And so I think we definitely still have a ways to go in terms of pushing the level of rigor that's happening in the classrooms. We're also thinking about how to enhance partnerships for the vocational side of the school, but we're definitely moving in the right direction. It's still too soon to see what the MCAS data will show us for this year, but I think that we've stabilized the school climate and culture and really have been focusing in on using data to improve instructional practice.
Okay, very good. And to your point around partnerships, I appreciate that you didn't just only speak to construction, because, you know, Madison Park used to be a premier feeder in terms of nurses. So I just want to make sure that we're considering all the trades there, the culinary arts, the cosmetology students, the nursing program, auto mechanics, every element of the trade. Okay, so I'll move on. My final question for this round is around the MATA Hunt and what investments are happening, if any, targeted to support the softest landing possible for these students, many of whom have had to be at multiple schools, which is disruptive and traumatic. And so have there been additional investments made at the schools that most of them have been transitioning to?
So the Mad Hunt students have been reassigned to over 30 schools. So they've been distributed across a number of schools fairly evenly, all in a level 1, 2, or higher performing 3, or a school that does not have a level because of testing data. So when they'll be in a higher performing school, we have not yet determined whether schools will get additional allocations. I think one of the things we're trying to wait for is, as we go through this assignment process, we know that families will shift and make different decisions. And so in June, we will look at the data, see where students are, and think about how we make sure that we're supporting those schools. Our instructional superintendents have been incredibly helpful in terms of working with the receiving principals and staff, and helping them understand what this means for them, and helping them think through how they are going to plan to support students as they come in.
Okay. And not just for general absorption reasons, but also because there are unique challenges. This was a very large population of homeless students. And so I just want to make sure that their resources are being weighted accordingly.
And the other thing I'll add is that there have been supports that we're implementing now, so we're not just waiting until they land in their new school.
Okay.
We have had some academies offered, I believe, for the 4th and 5th grade, and Mary can correct me if that's incorrect, both for February and April break. Every family in that school has the opportunity to go to a summer program, so we've been meeting with those families, offering them the opportunity, and really encouraging them to take advantage of it. And there have been a number of additional supports in place at the school. We're continuing to make improvements in the school. Even though families are transitioning out, they're there now, and we want to give them our best now.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Are you all set? Yep. Anissa? No, she's
Oh,
all-
I'm all set. Thank
Okay.
you. I apologize.
Just a couple more questions. Can we actually get a list of those schools that the MATA Hunt students were assigned to? And then I know earlier they were taught, I think it was Ariana said that these summer academies will be offered to those students transitioning into the new MATA Hunt school. But I didn't know that summer academies were also offered to students transferring to these other schools as well.
Yeah, so summer programs are being offered to every single student.
Including
who are-
those who won't attend the new school but transition to another school.
Yes.
That's great. And then my last question just has to do with the level 3s, 4s, and 5s. I know that tomorrow we're going to go into turnaround, and so I imagine you will talk about specifics related to that. But just quickly, in this presentation that you gave today, Eleanor, so the $15 million that's supports in place for level 3s, 4s, and 5s, on top of that, there's this reserve of $1.25 million to support level 3s, 4s, and 5s.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then largely that reserve is targeted towards the Excel High School and Brighton High School.
Brighton and Excel are likely to be the two largest recipients of funds out of that reserve, yes.
Do you guys have a sense of the 15 schools that are going to be receiving money out of these reserves, how much each of these schools will be receiving?
We should within a matter of weeks, not today.
Okay.
We solicited requests from each of the individual school leaders. Our instructional superintendents are reviewing the lists and finalizing decisions in the coming weeks.
So when we have that, if that would be, if we could get that to the council, that'd be great. And I'll save my other questions for the hearing tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you all today for your
Thank you.
testimony. Thank you, Counselor Siomo.
Thank you. We have a few people that signed up for public testimony. Joa DePina, Kiara Mark, and Peggy Weisenberg. If you want to make your way down to the podium and
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Kiara Mark. I'm with a literacy campaign called It's Lit. And we're deciding, it's a startup, so we're not sure whether it's going to be a nonprofit or for-profit. And I am a Boston resident. And I just wanted to get an idea as to, there were some, there were funds that are being spent on programming for after school. And I didn't know if it made sense to, in certain districts, or have trials of a later school start time, if kids are eligible to show up for later programming opportunities, but aren't eligible to come to that 7 a.m. or that 7:30, that time frame. And then that's a partial reasoning as to why somebody may not be in that seat. If there's a way to have any kind of trial basis for that to see if it works and if it's more effective, if kids have the opportunity to actually eat before they go to school, that might be something that might assist in that and cut down on some extra costs for the after-school programming. And then if there's a way to look at the specific demographics of the areas that the students are enrolled in and making hiring decisions based upon reflecting what the student body looks like, so that people are being educated by people that look like them, similar to a same-sex school. You're in an environment where you're learning from somebody who might have a similar thinking process to you, if we're using males and females as a reference point. And if there's, for the wait lists, if there's a way to create some form of algorithm that that utilizes the fact that it seems that the point is, I want to go to this specific school, but now a year has passed and there are no fourth grade seats, but I need, I signed up because I wanted my kid to go here. Now they're in fifth grade, but they're lower on the list. If there's a way for a parent to have an option to utilize being informed of whether just general level 1s within their home base or general level 2s within their home base have openings, so that the parent can make that proactive decision and then continue to remain on a wait list so that they can move forward to the school that's closest to them or most easily accessible to them, and then still remain on that wait list, but have the opportunity for their child to be in a school that's performing at a level that they feel is appropriate and receiving the benefits of education that they would like their child to have. That was most of it. And the librarian issue is, at least to me, is a very large one. In the degree that's necessary to become a librarian, you're basically a librarian for your life. And for that position to decline in a necessary environment, while places like Dudley Library are questioning closing for 2 years for construction, there's a large loss of librarians in the area, and sometimes that's one of the only means that a student is eligible to have that extra attention that a teacher might not be able to provide based upon classroom activity, whether it be too large of a classroom or their classroom disruptions based upon student patterns that aren't being addressed in the appropriate manner for traumas that we may not have information on. And if there's a way to utilize the public universities that we have, because I know you can get a nursing degree as an associate's degree, and everybody who takes that test, whether it's an associate's in nursing, a bachelor's in nursing, a master's in nursing, or PhD in nursing, they all take the same test to get that nursing licensure. So I'm just curious if there's any way to network with the public universities that we have and see if there are any kind of programs that people who receive an associate's degree in teaching or in nursing, if there's a way to translate that into being able to acquire the full 4-year degree that's necessary as a BPS standard, so that you can offer them a lower salary based upon the qualifications that they have, while still having somebody physically within that position, so that needs are being met and less money is being spent, but then it's almost like an apprenticeship, so that you can segue into different opportunities while acquiring education through universities that we're already supporting through the public. And that is it.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Peggy Wiesenberg. If there was another person here to speak before me, I would certainly wait. I think you called three names.
I did, but go ahead.
Thank you. I am going to speak extemporaneously. Please excuse me. I did prepare testimony for the hearing that was scheduled for 2. But I am a resident of the city, a parent of 3 Boston school graduates who went K to 12 through the Boston Public Schools. I'm also an Access to Justice Fellow working on equity issues in the Boston schools for a grassroots group of parents, Quest, Quality Education for Every Student. Since this hearing is on the enrollment assignment and weighted student formula, I just want to make a few points. One, which came up earlier, I believe, with Counselor Jackson, when the school committee adopted the home-based plan 4 years ago, it required there to be an annual equity analysis of the plan. The point of the plan was not to cut the transportation budget. When the plan was adopted, the Education Advisory Committee and the school committee realized there would not be realized savings through this plan for at least for 10 or more years, if that. The point was to ensure more equitable choices for families and have more predictability in the schools on their choice list. That is key. And Quest has been reminding the school committee. In fact, the school committee's been asking superintendent after superintendent, where's the equity analysis? So you've heard from the Boston officials that they're working 4 years later to issue an RFP, a request for proposals, from an independent consultant to provide that analysis to the policymakers at the school committee and to yourselves. I think it would be useful to know when that RFP will be issued, and how widely it's distributed to ensure that we get that analysis. But the full analysis won't be ready this fall. That will take longer. So then there are many issues that arise with that delay. You've heard from several of the members here that we know that there are inequities in the plan. I believe Counselor Campbell said residents in her district have access to fewer level 1 seats. It's not just school, it's seats. Others in more, frankly, affluent areas of the city are asking for changes in the waitlist policy. And what I heard people saying was, for budget reasons, we don't want any seat left without a student. I think that we need this equity analysis before we start making changes to the system. So one thing that several counselors have brought up today is, well, just have an RSVP and a date, turn it back in a week, and then we'll free up the seat, or we'll put you into a waiting pool. I can tell you that these men and women here have spent 4 months at the Mattahunt School trying to have face-to-face interactions with very impoverished parents, 10% of whom are homeless, to choose a school. Even with home visits, including the superintendent, there were families they could not reach and were administratively assigned. People are being evicted and pushed out of their homes, and the mail doesn't get to them. So theoretically, if you have an RSVP system, it might work if you are like me and have lived in the same house since I was evicted in 1986. But so I say that because there are layers and layers of equity issues. But let me get to the weighted student formula. I think there were many parents who testified at the school committee in March, and you need to understand that the weighted student formula, again, theoretically, is supposed to be fair and equitable, but it is colliding with real school communities. So, and the communities, the school system, the assignment and enrollment people structure assignments. They decide where we're going to have a strand for a language strand or a special needs strand to get more budget. And they will also decide where they're going to administratively assign kids. So the schools that are most vulnerable are being shrunk. It is not simply, oh, parents aren't choosing these schools. And I think what you've been hearing and what you need to recognize is that we went from a system under the former CFO where there were basics that every elementary school, every middle school, every high school had a certain foundation budget. If it was a certain size, you'd get an assistant principal. You'd have a nurse. You'd have a librarian. And for high schools, it's accreditation. And then we moved to this weighted student formula. So we've swung from one pendulum to the other. And what this council and this city need to do as a matter of equity is not penalize people by the weighted student formula. Thank you.
Thank you. This concludes this hearing unless there's someone else I called earlier. Great. I want to thank you again for your time, attention, and talents here today. And we will adjourn this portion of BPS hearing.